and we want to keep our word. So I will just start by saying that we welcome all of you today. I know it was not easy, especially with the rain. Usually that impacts the attendance to an event. Just a few words, because I know that the shortest presentations and introductions are the best, so I do not plan to keep you long. I would just say that it's great to be again and organize in-person events, and that, let's say, our topic is about energy transition, decarbonization policies in Southeast Europe. But we have been talking about energy transition since 2018, 2019 in the region, and so not for that long. Yet, in this short amount of time, so much has happened, especially in the past 4 years. We have had a pandemic, which impacted the energy markets. We have had a war. We're still in the middle of it, which, again, has impacted significantly the energy markets. So there are so many things that have happened in the realm of energy policy and energy markets. It's so packed. Of course, we will not be able to talk about everything that has happened in these four years, but that's why we have designed today's event with like a large spectrum topic in mind, so we can touch upon the most important things. And we have structured this event in 3 panels. The first panel is about the regional overview, the view from Brussels, the view from the Romanian ministry. The second panel is about the newer topics, the cutting-edge technologies and policies, and we left the legacy topics and the problems that we still have to solve ahead to be discussed in the third panel. So, without further ado, I would invite Mara Roman from the European Commission, who is our host, who is the host of our event today, and then later Kostis Stambolis, our partner with whom we put together this event, to join me with a word of welcome. And I hope you enjoyed what we prepared for you today.
Can I speak from here? Sure. Thank you. I always prefer sitting because my eyesight is not that good, so reading from a lectern is disturbing. Welcome everybody and good morning. I'm really happy to host you here in the premises of the European Commission representation in Romania. I am Mara Roman. I am the Deputy Head of Representation. I am in charge of the energy and Green Deal portfolio in general in the REP, so it's my pleasure to be with you today. And I will try not to be very long. I would just like to say hello again and welcome, congratulate the organizers, it's the phone, the Romania Energy Center and the Institute of Energy for Southeast Europe for putting together such an ambitious event. As Eugenia was saying, you will touch upon a lot of topics today, starting from decarbonization, so moving away from coal through renewables, energy efficiency, nuclear, clean tech, so it's quite a wide spectrum that you are covering. And all of these topics are very, very topical at EU level today, and especially in Southeastern Europe, where the green energy transition has all these topics at heart. And I think they are especially relevant for countries in Southeastern Europe because these countries have specific legacies, specific energy mixes, vulnerabilities, but also opportunities they bring to the table. So just to set the event, the stage a bit, I will quickly go through the state of play on the energy transition at European level and then leave the in-depth discussion to you experts. The EU and the member states, as you all know, have committed to achieving the net zero greenhouse gas emission target by 2050 as part of our commitment to the Paris Agreement of 2015. It is a very ambitious target which makes the European Union a front runner globally, and it is an ambition that is set in law. So all member states, as the European Union as a whole, need to comply with this target. Achieving carbon neutrality is the long-term goal under the umbrella of the Green Deal, which is one of the key priorities of the European Commission. Yet we also want a just and affordable transition, where citizens have access to energy, where our industries remain competitive, innovative and future-proof, where they create new jobs and encourage new skills, where we all have reliable supply chains and energy security. And the Green Deal encompasses all of these elements, and it has shown, as Eugenia has also mentioned, its timeliness and resilience in facing all these crises we have gone through in the past years. So from COVID, where recovery is based on fostering the green transition, then the war in Ukraine, where we responded with REPowerEU, the energy crisis, where we had immediate emergency measures, supporting also the vulnerable, supporting the industry, and then all the economic fallout that came with it. And achieving all the objectives that I mentioned, so having the green transition, but also a socially fair one, competitiveness, new jobs, new skills, I think it might sound as, you know, we are trying to square the circle, and it is indeed quite a challenge. But we think it needs as prerequisite coherent action across several policy sectors, credible planning, public and private investment, as well as social and political commitment. Where we are now, we have at European level very clear targets for 2030 and for 2050. So we know exactly where we want to be by that time. And the Fit for 55 package, I'm sure you all heard about it and you know it. It was adopted throughout last year. And with the package, we have now the regulatory framework in place. And it is a framework that also takes into account the significant shift in European energy policy that was decided following the war in Ukraine, namely to relinquish the long-standing dependency on Russian fossil fuels. And you will hear more about it in my colleague's presentation on REPowerEU. He will chip in from Brussels, I understand. For 2040, which is the intermediary step to 2050, the Commission has presented a communication in early February. And there we suggest setting a 90% emission reduction goal by 2040, because we think this gives a clear sense of direction to citizens, to businesses, to industry, to investors, and to governments. It allows them to take better informed decisions in the coming years as to the key reforms, adaptations, and investments that are needed so we can reach climate neutrality by 2050. What we have to do now is to implement what we have, the regulatory framework, and to deliver results on the ground. We think that this is a key enabler on our path to 2040 and to 2050. We also need to encourage public and private investment, and I'm sure you have seen various numbers related to the cost of the green transition. I think they vary depending on the scope and specific proposal that they are related to. What I have as a number here that just shows us the magnitude of the challenge is that we would need an additional 477 billion euro a year additionally to deliver on the transition, and this looking at the time frame 2021-2030. At the same time, we also want to increase our capacity in key growth sectors that we can develop more here in Europe, such as batteries, electric vehicles, PVs, or CCUS technologies. And for this, medium and long-term planning has a key role to play if we want to get there coherently and cost-efficiently. And for this, we have the National Energy and Climate Plans. I'm sure you have heard about them. It's the plans where member states need to put together their vision, their estimated costs, and their contributions to the European targets. They put them together in a plan that has a span of 10 years. And this year, member states are supposed to deliver the updated national energy and climate plans by June. So having solid plans, giving certainty to investors is of key importance in the coming months. Also, NECPs are relevant for regional cooperation because we speak about Southeastern Europe today. And regional cooperation is one aspect in the plan that needs to be covered distinctively. And I think this is an opportunity for countries in this region, for member states in this region, to coordinate and to harness economies of scale and to spend money more efficiently as they move ahead on their own transition path. And because we talked a lot about investments, a very last word about funds. Because the green transition is a key beneficiary of European funds. We have on the one hand the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the Repower EU chapter, the famous PNRR in Romania, which has a climate tagging of 40%. We also have across the board on the EU budget a climate mainstreaming of 30%, which means that 1 in every 3 euros at European level needs to go to projects that deliver on the green transition. The Commission has also made the state aid framework more flexible, also already in post-COVID, to support industry that faces the challenges of transition. Then we have the Modernization Fund, which is linked to the climate policies, to ETS, and is available to member states to modernize their energy systems, which is, I think, particularly relevant in Southeastern Europe. Finally, we have the CEF, the Connecting Europe facility, which invests in networks, and it's important that we spend money on grid, on electricity grid, if we want to have an electrified energy system. And last but not least, EU financial institutions can provide support to new technologies, also in the nuclear field. All these funds are here to support member states, notably in Southeastern Europe, with reforming and modernizing their energy production, invest in energy efficiency, and include new and clean technologies. So as I mentioned before, I think the next months and years will be crucial for member states in pursuing their transition path. At the European level, also a global level, I think we cannot afford any backtrack, because we see the IPCC reports, we see that climate change is happening even more faster in Europe than in other regions. So with this, without any other word, I give it back to you, and I wish you all very fruitful discussions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara, for your introductory remarks and for helping us, organize today's event. Next, Kostas, if you would like to.
Thank you, Eugenia, and thank you, Mr. Roman, for your very interesting introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure being back to Bucharest once again. This is not the first time, and I hope not the last time, that we're organizing events jointly with ROEC, Romania Energy Center. We have partnered over the last 10 years, participating in each other's events and conferences, but also, most importantly, in various publications and research projects. Our institute was established about 20 years ago, 2003, so we're relatively young and restless to a certain extent. We're always reaching out for cooperation and new challenges. And of course, organizing the event today is a challenge because things are moving, the subjects in focus are evolving, and always we have to find the right approach so that our contribution could be of interest to the community to whom we are addressing this. So hopefully the program that has been put together, as Eugenia said, is interesting, covers a lot of ground. Not all of it, of course, but we think we have managed to put the main points of interest together under one roof and in one day. And of course we thank the European community and the offices here in Bucharest for hosting this event. And this is not the first time. We were here back in October 2019, before COVID. So where we are touching base again, as they say, after many years. Now, we as an institute have branched out in different parts of Southeast Europe We work with partners in all different countries, from West Balkans, the East, Turkey, Israel, Cyprus, etc. So we comprise about 15 countries which we track from a statistical point of view, but also from a political and economic analysis. This has enabled us to adopt a regional view, and we think a regional view is important. Not that there is a lot of cohesion between countries, but it enables us to identify the trends much better, to identify the problem areas, and to identify the solutions. So in that respect, we have West Balkans, we have the EU country members, and we have Turkey. So these are the three areas, geographical areas and political areas, which comprise our work. This has enabled us to produce what we call the Southeast Europe Energy Outlook. The last one came in 2022, the next one is 2025, and we're already working on this. And this is a kind of atlas of the region. But in between, we carry out a lot of other interesting projects, and we work closely with ROEC on this. Now, decarbonization definitely is the subject area of our times, because we're undergoing a huge transition in terms of the energy fuels that we have been working, going from traditional fuels to the modern fuels, or the old ones, if we consider renewables, because renewables were the first fuels. So this changeover has very important economic and political implications and social implications, as we all know. Abandoning coal, moving away from oil, eventually leaving gas, all this has very important economic implications. Now, what is decarbonization? It's not only renewables, it's a lot many other things. It's nuclear, is energy efficiency, electricity grids, new forms of renewables like white hydrogen that is available from the earth, hydrogen, geothermal, which is a resource undervalued quite a lot, and I think it's going to play a very important role in the future. And what does this mean in terms of investment? We see here the changeover trying to move away from internal combustion engines to electromobility. This presents definite economic challenges because of the cost. And how is this going to affect the overall change? You know, these are certain issues, and there are issues for our part of the world which is still developing. I mean, if in comparison to other parts of Europe, Southeast Europe, for example, has higher economic development indicators than the more mature economies in the north part. So there are certain characteristics in the region which differentiate it from other parts of Europe. I won't say more, just to outline the issue of energy security, because what has really emerged over the last few years, especially since Russia's invasion to Ukraine, is the energy security dimension. And we see how the energy security dimension is really appending the whole concept of a smooth energy transition. There's not going to be I mean, at least this is what our analysis shows, there's not going to be a smooth energy transition. It's going to be a difficult energy transition, and during this difficult period, perhaps new decisions and new targets will have to be set. I won't say more. I think we can go to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostis. With this, the part with the welcoming remarks is over, and I would invite the moderator of panel one and the speakers in panel one to join.
Hello, everybody. Do we have everybody here in the panel?
Yes, we will have Marius joining with a recorded message from Brussels.
Okay.
We'll play a video from him.
Okay. So, before I'm going to give the floor to our panelists, I would like to make a very short introduction by raising 2 points. One refers to the South-East Europe region as an energy status, and the other to the European Central Energy Strategy for the transition itself. The key issues that confront the region's energy sector are the relatively high dependence of the majority of the countries on solid fuels, the high dependence on imported oil and gas, the lack of adequate gas supply routes and interconnections. And the last, the slower than anticipated penetration of renewables and slow progress on energy efficiency improvement. The large amounts of indigenous coal and lignite deposits provide relatively cheap energy for most countries on the region, and these are seen by the European Commission as preventing a secure move towards greater decarbonization. That means we have here a major policy challenge with Southeast governments and the EEC will have to address. I would like also to mention that despite all this, there are several countries in the region developing in parallel renewables and other carbon-free resources such as nuclear power. They are making indeed a serious effort. But to see what's going on with the issue, we need to try to understand what's going on also in Brussels and the related decisions taken there concerning the energy transition and consequently the decarbonization policies. Without a doubt, we need to move rightly towards green energy and energy transition, and why not to become as EU a world leader in this area with a lot of advantages and gains for European Union. But to keep in mind that at the same time, and for this long transition period, we need to protect the European industry, the European agriculture, the European economy, and at the end, the European society. There are a lot of complaints for this matter from European industries, especially the heavy and the heavy energy consuming ones. Let me try to explain what they say, what are their views. Amid a European environment with certain characteristics such as low economic growth or even without growth, see Germany, high energy prices, increasing pressure to reduce carbon dioxide emissions, European industry producers are struggling to adapt. The low economic growth possibly will continue. The energy prices will remain a key challenge, and the decarbonization process based on the upcoming carbon border adjustment mechanism will not achieve what it is going to design to achieve. The result for EU industries will be certainly the decarbonization, but at the same time, a fast procedure, faster than in other parts of the world. So the European producers will face difficulties in achieving competitiveness. For this reason, the European industry believes that a more realistic approach to decarbonization should be adopted by EU. And that, in turn, means the reconsideration of both emission trading system, ETS, and carbon border adjustment mechanism. In Europe, the emphasis has been given till now on pursuing an aggressive program for the decarbonization, taking the reliability and the affordability, and hence the energy prices for granted. But it did not happen like that. The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and the conflicts in the Middle East have proven that supply dependencies must be diversified, and the fossil fuels will be necessary to bridge the transition to green energy. Otherwise, we ask companies to invest in projects with challenging financial difficulties. This in turn leads to the exit of European industries to other places around the world under better conditions. See the American Inflation Reduction Act, with the incentives to bring foreign companies to the United States of America. But if this will happen, there will be a question even for the success of Europe's transition strategy itself. So, I hope that a kind of answer is going to be given to us with this event today. Having said that, I'm going to give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Kostis Stambolis, and I would like to ask from all of you that we have 15 minutes each to conclude his presentation. Okay, thank you very much. Kostis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Christos. How does it work? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christos. I will attempt in very few minutes to give you a broad view of our understanding of what's happening in Southeast Europe in terms of decarbonization. And we see here the countries which we cover as an institute, the core countries and the peripheral countries. This is essential in our apprehension of the energy demand, supply, and energy flows between the countries and interconnections. So, some observations to start with: the differentiation of the regional energy mix. In spite of considerable amount of work and renewables coming fast and energy efficiency, is still moving in a very slow pace. Some countries are moving faster, other countries slower, but the overall view is that we're not making significant inroads in view of the targets that have been set. There is resistance at local level to the various goals that have been set and which Mrs. Roman referred to at the start. We notice major policy challenges. Different governments have different targets, and although most of them have accepted the energy and climate national plans, not all of them are adhering to the targets. Obviously, there is incompatibility between the countries in West Balkans, which do not belong to the EU, but they comply with energy community regulations and rules, and to the member states. But this gap is narrowing all the time as we approach 2030, which is a crucial year in terms of targets. Given the financial and legal constraints in most countries, the rise of renewables, especially for electricity generation, over the last few years has been impressive, as we say. We have now a lot more renewables in the electricity mix than we had 10 or even 20 years ago. If you were to ask us when we set up the Institute in 2003, if we were able to have 40 and 50% contribution of electricity into the electricity mix, we would have told you plainly that's impossible. So over the last 20 years, impressive growth and achievements has been made in this level. The road from now onwards is going to be more difficult, as you know, and as our friends in renewables, Mr. Tamaresis from CERNA, can clearly explain to you, the more renewables now we put into the grid without storage, we have problems because the electricity systems, the electricity grids, in order to maintain stability, they have to dispel new electricity coming in. So electricity grids, in conjunction with renewables, is one of the major challenges. And if they tell you that all this is going to be solved with more storage, they don't know what they're talking about, because storage is not that flexible. It could be flexible if we use hydro pump schemes, of course. It's a lot less flexible and lesser time when we use batteries. Now, I think I have gone fast ahead because I wanted to identify some of the major issues and problems which we are having to face as we go on. So given the strong market dynamics of the renewable sector, the introduction of viable large-scale storage schemes, as I said, in the mid-term, and hydrogen in the long term, are very clear options which we have to consider. Next slide. I cannot move to the next slide. There is a problem here. Here we are. Sorry. Must be here we are. Okay. So it's interesting to see the gross in consumption with and without Turkey. I will stick to without Turkey because this is our part of the world, but always will put Turkey because Turkey by itself is such a big player in the whole area. If we consider the whole area, that tends to distort the picture if we put this in. So we are having with and without. And we see here what the situation was in 2001. We had a lot of oil, some gas, very little renewables, some part nuclear, and of course a lot of solid fuels being the 27%. And then we move on to 2011, and again we see a lot of solid fuels, but we have definitely more renewables coming into the picture with nuclear remaining. And then we go to 2021 and we see a lot less solid fuels, a lot more renewables, oil more or less the same, and gas less because of renewables and energy efficiencies coming into the picture. So we have a differentiation, but as you see, it's not a huge difference in the picture. So the whole energy mix is definitely going towards decarbonization, but we wouldn't say that we are on a course that we can be very hopeful and predict that things are going to be completely different in about 10 or 15 years. So this is the reality on the ground. Gross inland consumption between Greece and Romania. Greece and Romania are very interesting cases. Romania has definitely a more balanced energy mix because of nuclear, because of own production of oil and gas, and 2011, and then if we go to 2021, we see different picture because more renewables have come into the picture, more gas has come into the picture, less solid fuels. So in that sense, you know, Greece and Romania are very mature in their path towards decarbonization. And power generation mix in 2011, as we see here, we have solid fuels, a considerable amount, a little renewables, and then we go to 2021, we see a lot more renewables, less solid fuels. All this will be in the presentation. So I just wanted as an introduction to bring this into the picture so we know what the broad issue, the broad picture is. What are the key challenges? Obviously, trying to move away from coal, There are important social implications to that. We have to find employment to the people who are being dismissed or are being turned down in gold-producing areas. And in Greece, we have moved away. Romania is moving away, but there are many other countries in the region which are not going to move away easily. In Bulgaria, in Serbia, in Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have a problem there. So moving away from coal is not that going to be that easy, because coal is definitely proving to be very cost competitive. It offers a lot of employment, and there's a lot of economic, commercial ties in the regions concerned. So a very focused regional policy has to be developed, and this is, of course, taken care of by EU, because they have introduced certain incentives at regional level for the transition. How easily this can be implemented, this is another question. So the work on the ground in the field, as we say, is very important when it comes to energy transmission, because it's not just a theoretical concept, it's a very practical concept. It means employment, it means salaries, it means trying to find alternative employment, it means trying to introduce into the system alternative fuels. There are some areas like North Macedonia and Serbia which are very coal dependent, and the transition there is going to be difficult. Not impossible, but difficult, and it will take a lot of planning, resources, and incentives. This is where energy efficiency is coming in very helpful, because energy efficiency involves a large amount of different capabilities in terms of different skills which come into play, and therefore energy efficiency, introducing energy efficiency in a big scale, it perhaps is the best way to try and tackle the transition away from coal, especially at local level. Technologies play definitely an important part in the transition. And the more we develop technologies, even at local level, the more chances we have to be able to transit effectively. CCUS, carbon capture and storage, is definitely a technology which is worth considering in our region because of the large-scale coal employment. Nuclear is the other one. More efficient electricity grids, pumped storage, and so forth. We have several technologies. This is just to show you the existing and planned coal plants in the region, which are not negligible. You see a lot of new capacity coming over the next few years in some countries. Greece and Romania are, as I said earlier, set in the same path towards decarbonization. This is very clearly seen in these two graphs. And both countries enjoy a lot of solar radiation. Greece more, but also Romania and the northern part of the Eastern Balkans equally, considerable amount of solar radiation and wind. So this is very helpful in the transition away. I won't say more about renewables because there are separate presentations on this, but you will find this in the presentation, which is going to be loaded on the websites of ROEC and IENE. What I would like to observe, though, is that we see a lot of progress over the last 10 years. Turkey, as you see, has the biggest chunk in terms of installed capacity, but all the rest of the countries also follow an upward trend, as you can clearly see here. And also in terms of the power produced from renewables. Nuclear. Nuclear is very selective in the region, but few countries like Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Slovenia, Croatia, and lately Turkey are definitely set on the nuclear path. So nuclear is, in our view, as far as IENE is concerned, a very important area. It's a promise when we're talking about decarbonization, because it combines a lot of skills, technology, zero emissions, and steady base load. And if we're serious about transiting away from coal and gas and all that, we need base load. We definitely need base load, because renewables, as you all know, are very intermittent. So you must have base load, and it costs. So nuclear, under certain circumstances and conditions, indeed can prove very reliable. Not can prove, it has been proven to be reliable. I mean, we have, as you see, most of the reactors will go back to the 80s. So all the countries in the region have very good experience in running nuclear. Bulgaria and Romania are net electricity exporters to the rest of the region. Why? Because both countries employ nuclear in combination with all other forms. Unless they had nuclear, they wouldn't be able to export consistently, week after week, as we can tell you, as we track the market on this, this frequency. They export to all other countries. Sometimes it's Romania, other times it's Bulgaria. But always they are net electricity exporters to the region. So nuclear is important, and it's something that in terms of policy, it has to be considered very carefully and not dismissed easily.
Kostis, we have to speed up.
Yes, I'm nearly,
3
nearly
minutes
at the end.
have been left.
Energy security, as I mentioned at the start, is very important as an issue. It emerged lately. I mean, we all know, people who are involved in energy planning and policies, we know that for many years. But the recent crisis has really catapulted energy security as a key issue, because we see, for example, gas, which corresponds to about 20-25% in most countries in terms of energy consumption, energy demand, is a determining factor to the operation of the rest of the system. And we saw how going up in terms of prices on gas had resulted in huge increases in electricity. So energy security in terms of having reliable supplies of gas is very important for the operation of the system, and this is not going to disappear over the next 2 or 3, 5 years or 10 years. It's going to be with us for the next 20 years at least. Let me remind you that currently the contracts for gas supply between countries and between companies are running into 15, 20 and 25-year duration. Most of the long-term contracts are between 15 and 25 years. So this tells us something about where gas is going to be in a few years. The region has high degree of energy dependence. This underlies the observation I just made. So obviously we need to improve this, to lessen the dependence of the region and the countries concerned from imported fuels. Romania is definitely in a very good way on this. It's shortly becoming a net exporter of gas, and perhaps we can discuss this. I think there are various views on this. But obviously, the more we produce from indigenous sources, the better and the less energy dependent we become. And of course, the South Corridor has helped a lot the region in trying to become less energy importer dependent. Greece, for the first time, is becoming a net exporter, although it is an importer of gas. It's also has started exporting to the region. The same Turkey. Turkey and Greece are going to compete over the next few years in terms of gas exports to the region. So gas-to-gas competition, which was being discussed a few years ago, is now happening. And finally, I would just like to go through the energy demand of the region, which is very indicative. And we see here the EU country, member states, where we have more or less level in terms of demand. And in fact, the latest projections we have worked out, it's even less, it's even more steep, this curve, the trend going downwards because of energy efficiency. The economies are becoming more energy efficient in EU countries, therefore the demand is going lower as we move towards target years like 2035 and 2040. On the contrary, West Balkan countries, we are noticing a higher demand, and if we go to Turkey, even higher. And this summarizes the trends in the three group of countries, as you see here. So, I won't say any more. I think I have completed the presentation. There's a lot of food for thought, and thank you very much for your attention.
Kostis, we thank you for the well-placed analysis. It covered a lot of ground. We are going to receive questions by the end. We are going to listen first all the speakers. Now, we move to our next speaker is Theodor Tsirika and Octavian Roska. You have the floor. Sorry to interrupt you. We have the honor to have with us the ambassador, the Greek ambassador here. So we thank you very much for it. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I restart again.
15 minutes.
Dear Madam Ambassador, dear representative of the Ministry of Energy, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here again after a long period of time, and I now try to move as fast as possible to my presentation. So now it's I thanks to my colleague Octavian, who has he is an expert in European affairs, and he practically helped me in the first part of the presentation. Okay, so just about the COP28 and update the role of the nuclear energy. The last COP was a big success for the nuclear industry, and this is the reason why some member states, they call this, dominate this as the nuclear COP, because it was the first time when it was recognized the role of nuclear. There are some other events that we like to underline and to mention. In February 2023, it was EU Nuclear Alliance. They signed a clear signal to recognize the role of nuclear in decarbonization. That alliance includes 12 member states, including, of course, Romania. This is the COP was in November, December last year, and practically the nuclear like-minded member states, they signed a declaration on tripling nuclear power production by 2050. Okay. Not moving. Cercat în toate direcțiile. Okay, so there are some underlines summarizing the COP28 and nuclear energy. It was discussed about small modular reactors as key achievement in net zero emissions. It was highlight the flexibility and compatibility with renewable sources, making a pivotal shift towards sustainable energy. It was a discussion about clean energy champion, recognized as a low carbon solution. Nuclear power stands out its minimal greenhouse emissions compared with fossil fuel. It is the feature regarding enhancing the energy security. There were underlined economic and social benefits, safety and sustainability advances, with discussion in showcases advancement in waste management and safety. Global collaboration is a very important point for the nuclear industry, and also aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by providing clean and affordable and reliable energy to contribute to the climate action. Public perception integration with renewable is an item where it was progressed. I remember that some times ago the supporters of the green energy with the support of nuclear, they hate each other, which is not fair at all, because all of us, we have a contribution, and that is what is important here is the policy and the investment needs, and here there are some measures that has to be taken, and I presume that in the presentation that will be from the gentleman from the Commission will touch this subject. Help.
Next slide.
Okay, so a press release of the EU Nuclear Alliance from March, probably from last year, I'm sorry. No, this is quite recent. Contemplated the topics regarding dialogue and closer cooperation, the launch of SMR Industrial Alliance by European Commission, and it is a next event that will be very soon, on March 21st, 2024, will be the first nuclear summit at the head of state and government level to be hosted by Belgium, that they have the presidency in this moment, and also the IEA is very important there. So the main topics regarding the many EU topics considered by Romania are a level playing field for low carbon technologies, including in terms of financing. Inclusion of nuclear in the taxonomy is a very positive and a very important step ahead for nuclear industry. Financing nuclear projects, especially first-of-a-kind projects such as SMRs, requires a long-term commitment from the governments and from the involved stakeholders. Accessing EU funds remains a challenge here. Timely investment are needed for long-time operation, life extension projects, as well as new build and innovative projects. Reconfiguration of EU financing instruments having a more inclusive approach for nuclear financing and existing tools, InvestEU, Just Transition Fund, and Repower Europe funds. Another topic is the industrial agenda for the EU. Net Zero Industry Act is a good start. We do see the need for integrated approach on the competitiveness at the EU level. International cooperation remains a very important, and Romania is interested in further development of its own nuclear fuel cycle, and I will mention later, provide some details. In Europe, we need to start planning for the increased demand of enriched uranium for SMRs, and I'm talking about high assay, low enriched uranium. That means the enrichment is between 5 to 20% in uranium-235 isotope. Small modular reactors, that Romania is already prepared to join the EU SMR Industrial Alliance. The focus should be on facilitating the deployment of first reactor. We serve as a proof of conceptual and help ramp up market demand and therefore economic of scale. To be successful and to contribute to the projects going in different countries, we believe that should include different mature SMR designs. Early cooperation is also very important, and the SMR, my colleague in the next session will present the small modular reactors. The National Energy and Climate Plan of Romania includes the continuation of our nuclear projects in Cernavoda, the deployment of SMR, as well as the acceleration innovative technologies such as advanced modular reactors, referring to the Alfred project, which is developed by Romania with Italy at the Nuclear Research Institute from Pitești. Just an overview of our major projects. What is marked with a red star are projects. They have also North Atlantic participation there. This refurbishment of Unit 1, in my opinion, is the most important project, because it will be a period of time that we will stay with only one unit in operation, so we need that period to be not too long. 2 new CANDU reactors that we hope to finalize around 2031, SMR development, tritium removal facility, integrated front-end nuclear fuel cycle, and Alfred reactor in Pitești. That is the nuclear fuel cycle. I don't go to details. Is the nuclear fuel cycle practically is moving, starting on the left hand, and this is on the upside, and after that coming back. It starts mining, is processing uranium. Already Nuclear Electrica acquired one of the uranium processing plant that is in the north of province of south of Carpathian, I say it better. And after that we have our nuclear fuel plant that is now in the Nuclear Electrica. The fuel practically is going through the reactor, and after that will be interim stored at Cernavoda site, and that will be the future stage will be the final disposal of nuclear fuel. This is difference, the low and medium waste disposal and the spent fuel disposal. Refurbishment of Unit 1 is practically first phase was finalized. Now we are in the second phase. Ongoing project implementation, EPC contract, licensing, Commission opinion, that you know that is Article 41 of the Euratom Treaty. There is an obligation of the member states to notify the Commission about the project, and they have to receive an opinion from. And that opinion is very important because investors and banks, they are considering that opinion. It's not stipulated in the treaty that is a positive or negative opinion. That is matter of perception, how it's written by the Commission there. We had that experience for Units 3 and 4. Unfortunately, the long delay of the project, we are required by the Commission to redo the job, so now we are expecting the notification from for this project. So in February last year, it was signed the first contract with CANDU Energy, SNC-Lavalin, for engineering services. In October last year, Korean Hydro Nuclear Power joined CANDU Energy, Ansaldo Nucleare, EPC Consortium, And in last November in Paris, it was signed a three-way contract between Canadian Commercial Corporation, Candu Energy Incorporated, and Nuclear Electrica, supporting the works to extend the life of Unit 1. That we concluded the contract for renting this very specific dedicated tools for replacing the core of the reactor, as well as the financing for long lead items. In the phase 3, that will be the effective development of the refurbishment from the end of 2026, after Christmas, we'll shut down the plant, to the beginning of 2029. The tritium removal facility is an interesting project. In this moment, there are only 2 such facilities in the world. One is in Canada, one is in Korea. And this is very important.
3 minutes have been left. 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, give me 2 more, please. Okay, thank you. We can negotiate. So you know that in the process in the reactor, the heavy water, practically the deuterium, is moving to the tritium isotope, which is very high radioactive. So that practically is like cleaning the blood in an external facility. This tritium removal facility that will facilitate the access of the workers in easy. Okay, it was done at the beginning. First in Point-le-Pro, John. No, it was not that facility, but we have to quantify the number of the workers and the time they stay there. And practically is many more times the human capacity you need. Now here we can use more human resources. And okay, the tritium produced is a good, very good for the fusion project. So we are in some discussions with ITER in the moment on that will be completed to do that. Chain number 3 and 4 is Candu Engineering is providing the engineering services and updating the previous activities done when we started the first time with this project. In August 22, shareholders approved the preliminary investment decision. According to the strategy, is expected to have Unit 1 in 2030, 3 in 2030 and Unit 4 in 2031. Unit 2 represents the reference project. The project will benefit from the experience of the Candu technology, and Romanian engineering and industry will be part of this effort. Here I have there is an issue here because we have to discuss and to see about to revigorate the Romanian supply chain, which unfortunately is not the same one which was when we built Units 1 and Unit 2. So this gap, practically the industry lost the interest, and that is a matter as far as we have an energy strategy. We have a nuclear energy strategy. We have to understand very well that supply chain, national supply chain, is part of that nuclear strategy of Romania. So here it was signed, Romanian state and Nuclear Electrica signed the support agreement for Unit 3 and 4, which is a very important tool in financing this project. Regarding the financing, it was in September 23, it was signed a memorandum for releasing about 3 billion Canadian dollars for the project. Recently in February, Italians, SACE and Ansaldo Nucleare, we concluded an MOU for about 2 billion euros. Now that practically is the project is going well here. About NuScale, I let my colleague, because he has a specific presentation on NuScale. Just I put some generic information here. What is Deutschecht is somewhere north west from Bucharest, about 70 kilometers from here. Financing general financing in G7 summit, President Biden announced that two U.S. financial institutions have issued letter of interest for potential loading up to $4 billion dollars for SMR project to be developed in Romania, and also at that time it was expressed the support of US and Japan, as well as South Korea and the United Arab Emirates, up to 275 million US for SMR project to be implemented in Romania. That is the last one is the molten lead reactor that is is an advanced fast breeder reactor that is under development in Pitești at the Nuclear Research Institute in cooperation with Italian. Nuclearetica is supporting that activity, and the project is financed mainly by the Ministry of Research and Innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for your interesting presentation. And now we move to our next speaker, Ms. Ramona Moldovan from the Greek Ministry. Romania, yes. Sorry.
For the moment in Romania.
Yes. We are very happy that we have you here with us. So we are going to hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting us here, and thank you for having this type of events. I think it's important to have the stakeholders not only at the national level, but also at the regional level, and to find solutions how to move forward together, especially in this domain with these dynamics and with the ambitious targets that we committed to achieve in Europe. My topic today, or my purpose today, is to tell you a bit about the evolution and our plans in terms of renewable energy and the investments, and what is the ministry doing in this field, what is already ongoing, and what are the plans for 2030 and 2050. As you all know, at the strategy level, at the commitment levels, we have the Fit for 55 package and the Green Deal package at European level, and we as country are committed to achieve those results together with Europe. Thus, we are focusing all our reforms, but also investments from different and various financial support to achieve those targets. Among the targets, a biggest and important part relates to increase the energy, the green energy, and especially the one coming from renewable sources. As mentioned also in the study and in the presentation before, Romania is on a trend, on a path to increase, to have investments in the field, also at the prosumers level, but also at producers level. However, our ambition is higher, as in the national plan for climate and energy. The target is to reach 10 gigawatts till 2030 in renewables, and to go higher till 2050. In this respect, it's not just the focus on investments, but also with reforms, and I will start with those ones, and then I will enter into a bit of details on the call for applications we launched, or they are in process to be launched, and the type of investments we are aiming to achieve. So in terms of reforms, this relates very well with the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, where we committed to simplify the legislation on actually installing and putting at work the renewable energy sources. And this is a package of legislation that is developed or amended by the ministry together with the national regulator and together with the committees in the Romanian parliament. And the aim is this year, because it's one of the reforms, part of the next payment requests that will be submitted by Romania under NRRP, to simplify the procedures not only for the prosumers but also for producers on renewable energy. On another reform important that is associated with Repower EU component of NRRP relates with helping industry, but especially the residential areas, to prepare their investments, to prepare their files, and to submit the files in a harmonized, unitary, and simplified manner. Other measures included in the simplification of the legislation relates to issuing the permit to connect to the grid and how to balance the type of energy. This will be in the same package of legislation that is work in progress. Another type of reform that is interconnected with the measures in the energy field relates with decarbonization of the heating and cooling system. This is another reform important, especially in our country, as we have a variety of measures applied at municipalities and also rural areas. It is challenging. It will require a lot of mediation and innovative solutions to move forward, but it is again a reform that we are having work in progress. And I will not insist more on the reforms, because you will be our partners also in the consultation and the debate process of these reforms. And I will move to the investments we have ongoing or will be launched very soon in terms of renewable energy, and where these capacities will be installed and when. As you know, the first big call on the renewable in the last years were launched under NRRP, Investment 1. We managed to finish the evaluation and to sign the contract end of 2023. And the target in NRRP was 90-60 megawatts. We managed to sign contracts for almost 2,000 megawatts. And many of these projects are already mature, and probably we will start already paying and putting into the grid the new capacities. In December 2023, we launched another call on renewable energy, this time financed from a modernization fund. Modernization fund is actually the main instrument from which we are financing the investments in the renewable. The call launched in December was open for public authorities and public institutions from different areas. And the call was closed the beginning of March, 6th of March, 500 million euro. We expect to have for self-consumption. For self-consumption, it's not for production. But anyway, this energy will be produced for public, will be used for public buildings. Another investment that is prepared to be launched, actually tomorrow, I think it will be launched, again financed from Modernization Fund, relates to self-consumption, but also there are two sub-investments, one for self-consumption for industry, the other one is for production of renewable energy. In total, 815 million euro, the call, and will be closed. It will be launched probably today and will be open for submitting the projects 90 days. And we hope, and actually this is the feedback we received also from the market, those who did not manage to have the contract signed under NRRP, because the demand was quite high, will be able to submit here their application, and will start the evaluation and contracting process. It is a competitive call. In terms of investments on renewables, maybe to mention, we opened the call for three main sources: solar, wind, and hydro. On NRRP, 80% or maybe more than 80% of the projects were on solar, very few on wind, nothing on hydropower. We are going to see on these next calls, but the feedback we received from the market is more or less similar. This is why I will move and to present you a bit about the next type of investment we are planning to launch end of March, most probably, is a contract for difference call. This is a new scheme actually under Modernization Fund. It's for the first time a Modernization Fund finance a CFD type of contract for difference type of investment. This will be, it is also related with an RRP where we have a target to have two tender procedures on these ones. One to cover 1,500 megawatts, the next one 2,000 megawatts. In the CFD, we are increasing this target. The first call will be for 2,000 megawatts. The next call for 3,000 megawatts. And the contract for difference will be for wind and solar, 50-50. The capacity contracts being implemented for 15 years. We hope to have a success and to see a price that will balance the market. This will be, let's say, the upcoming or the recent investments and the upcoming investments. You can see on the amounts, on CFD, the amount is 3 billion euro. To be covered. So what I have mentioned already, I think we reach almost 4.5 billion euro investments in renewable till 2030. The first ones to be deployed by 2025 NRRP. The next ones from Modernization Fund till 2030, and of course the ones from Contract for Difference will have 15 years to go forward. Now, I will not stop here because we cannot talk about having renewable energy when we miss two things, or we are not going in parallel with two other things. First, the capacity of the grid to absorb and to balance this type of green energy, and then the storage capacity. So, we are investing both from NRRP and from Modernization Fund in also these two priorities. In terms of capacity of the grid, from Modernization Fund, we already have contracts signed with the distributors amount in the, I think, 600 million euro already contracts signed. This means these are ongoing contracts with the distributors to modernize and to upgrade and to digitalize the grids to make sure it is able to use these new capacities of energy. And on the other hand, in the next investment committee of Modernization Fund, we'll top up the amount on this type of investments to reach 1.1 billion euro to modernize the grids, the target being 2030 to have the contracts already operational, the investments operational. And the last point I would like to underline is the storage capacity. We started the investments on storage through NRRP, to National Resilience and Recovery Plan. It is a call of 79 million euro. The target is to have a capacity of 200 megawatts capacity of storage by 2026. This call, unfortunately, we had to relaunch it. Now it's still open by the end of March, so whomever is interested can still submit their application. In addition, we are preparing a scheme, another state aid scheme for storage, financed from Modernization Fund. We are still in discussion with DG Klima and with DG Competition on the package, but we aim to allocate 500 million euro for future storage capacities in Romania. And of course, I will not close this discussion without underlying the project, the big project that SAPE is organizing on Tarnița-Lăpuștești investment. Thank you. I'm here for questions in this panel, and I really hope to see your efforts and our efforts put to practice. Thank you.
Okay. We thank you very much. It is very crucial indeed to hear the approach of the authorities always, their interventions, their way of thinking, and the regulations. Certainly, we are going to have some questions at the end of our presentations. Now, quickly, we move to our next speaker. My understanding, this is coming online. We have a recording. Okay. Okay, is Marius Logu from European Commission, and he's going to speak about Repower EU.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am really pleased to be here today to talk about something important to all of us, making our energy use cleaner and getting away from relying on fossil fuel, especially considering Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine and how it is affecting energy around the world. This situation is pushing us to act boldly, come up with new ideas and stick together. This is exactly what the Repower EU plan and our recovery efforts, including the Recovery and Resilience Facility, are all about. My name is Marius Lungu. I'm a policy officer in the Secretariat General of the Commission, and I will spend the next minutes to tell you what is behind the Repower EU initiative, where we are and where we come from. First, the Repower EU plan is not just another policy idea. It is a response to the current energy crisis fueled by global tensions, and it stands on three main pillars. The first pillar is cutting down on our reliance on fossil fuel. It is not that we are short on natural gas. It is our dependency on a single source, which not only harms the climate, but has now become a tool in warfare. So having different sources of energy is crucial. Second, ramping up renewable energy. We should all aim to lead the world into a future where clean energy is the norm, supported, of course, by strong infrastructure and storage solutions to speed up the use of renewables. Third, improving energy efficiency. By investing in making things more energy efficient, like upgrading buildings and improving industrial processes, we can use less energy overall. This also means encouraging people to be smarter about how they use energy. To fund all these necessary investments, we are mainly using the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which offers more than 650 billion euros, with a dedicated available funding, of course, for Repower EU chapters of 20 billion euros in grants and the remaining 225 million euros available in loans to all member states. Now let us get into some specifics. So far, the Commission has approved 23 Repower EU chapters, combining reforms and investments totaling 60 billion euros. These funds will boost renewable energy generation, help save energy with energy efficiency renovations, decarbonize the industry, and make our energy networks more resilient. Of course, these investments are backed by significant energy reforms, tackling both new and old challenges, focusing on making it easier to use renewable energy and improving access to the electricity networks. Basically, steering electricity markets towards clean energy transition. To give you an idea, the REPowerEU chapter will add 20 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity to the existing 60 gigawatt already supported by RRF, will save up to 28 million megawatt hours of energy each year by making both private and public buildings more energy efficient and helping businesses to cut down on energy use. We'll build new or upgrade over 3,000 kilometers of power lines and add 2.5 gigawatt in large-scale electricity storage to support the uptake of renewable energy. We'll also deliver important gas infrastructure projects across Europe to ensure a stable energy supply. The RRF does more than just pay for projects that help countries upgrade their power systems. It also helps change the rules and guidelines so that our power sector can be more flexible, eco-friendly, and cost-effective. Here are a couple of examples. Greece has introduced their first law focused on offshore wind energy. This law sets clear rules for getting permission for, connecting to the power grid and running wind energy projects out in the sea. Poland and Hungary, for example, are doing similar reforms for onshore wind. Austria has passed the Renewable Expansion Law, which aims to make sure that by 2030, all electricity supplied in the country comes from renewable sources. But now let's talk about Romania's part in all this. Decarbonization is a key element of the Romanian Recovery and Resilience Plan. Romania is moving away from coal with significant investment in renewables and cleaner gas-fired power plants to ensure a smooth transition to clean energy. Romania's REPowerEU chapter includes new reforms and investments to meet our goals of being independent from fossil fuels. This involves accelerating renewable energy production, making homes more energy efficient, and strengthening our power transmission network. To give you a gist of it, more than 1,200 homeowners will get support to install solar panels, and over 30,000 will receive help to make their homes more energy efficient. There is also targeted support for energy poor and vulnerable households. In terms of reforms, a new one-stop shop will offer advice on energy efficiency and renewable energy production for homeowners. Plus, the government will list all available degraded lands for renewable energy projects. Now, looking forward, we need to focus on putting these plans into action quickly and efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, I have given you only a snapshot on the REPowerEU. In summary, the Recovery and Resilience Facility is the key funding tool to deliver the REPowerEU plan. The EU plan to save energy, produce more clean energy, and diversify its energy supplies, consequently reducing dependency from Russian fossil fuels. The RRF's performance-based model, where payments are contingent on the delivery of pre-agreed reforms and investments by member states, help to speed up and multiply the impact of green investments. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Despite he's not here, we have to give an applause. Okay. Now we are moving to our next speaker, Ioannis Tamaresis. Private sector from Terna Energy.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Tamaresis, coming from Greece. I represent the Greek Terna Energy, a pioneer in renewables, established back in 1997. and listed in the Stock Exchange of Athens in 2007. So the last 20 years, next slide please. Great. So the last 20 years we have managed to establish Terna Energy as the leader in the renewables in Greece, having more than 1.2 gigawatt operational and more than 1 gigawatt under construction currently. Mainly we are focusing in wind, and as you can see in our portfolio, more than 95% relies on wind power, and we have a small, let's say, participation in the solar and the hydro, but the plan is to enlarge our presence in the solar business. We are present not only in Greece, we are present in Bulgaria and in Poland, and in other countries in Balkans, and especially in Romania, where we are trying to acquire and projects and establish our footprint here. So very briefly, you can see, let's say, an outlook of our portfolio. I would like to mention two landmark projects that we have made. The one that attracted, let's say, the attention of the investment public in European level. The first one is that we managed to transform a rocky island called St. George to a wind farm with almost 80 megawatt capacity, with a submarine cable connecting this rocky island with continental Greece. And the second project that we would like to mention is Kafireas wind farm, which is the largest wind project in Greece with 330 megawatt capacity. And the third one is a project that we have started already the construction, named, it's a pump storage project named Amphilohia, with capacity 680 megawatt. And as Mr. Stambouli said earlier, we believe that that kind of projects will be able to give stability to the grid. So to us, it seems like a very big battery, this pump storage project. So obviously we are working with project finance. Our portfolio is a non-recourse project finance with secured interest rates, etc. And we have set big targets. Next slide, please. Big targets to reach the 6 gigawatt in 2030, and for that reason we are trying to expand our activities in other, let's say, sources beside wind, such as hydroelectric, solar, and maybe geothermy, etc. And obviously to expand our footprint in other countries, and as I said earlier, Romania is the case for us. We are present in Bulgaria and in Poland since 2010, and the reason that we haven't enlarged our presence there is associated mainly with the political situation in these two countries, something that we will discuss later on. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here is the installed capacity. As you can see, it's very important to mention that we are developing projects by ourselves. We have very specialized teams with huge experience that running our projects, and it's very important to highlight the fact that we in Terna Energy we are starting a project from alpha to omega, meaning that we are finding the opportunity, we are developing the project, we are financing the project, we are participating in the CFDs when the case is, we are constructing, financing, and finally operating the project. So the accumulated experience is very big, and this allows us to easily penetrate to other markets in other countries. Okay, this is what I just mentioned before. More or less, we can see that we have our internal wind and energy laboratory, and we are trying to, and we not have tried, we already supported Greece to reach the national targets in terms of renewables, and we have secured project financing, and we think that we'll be able to fully support our development in the near future and to reach our targets. Okay, as I said before, we have big plans to reach the 6 gigawatt in the next 5 years, although it seems very, very challenging, we still believe that we will have the opportunity to achieve that. And we do hope that Romania will be able to help us to reach this target very soon. Okay, so I would like to stay a bit more on this slide, where we're presenting here our presence in Poland and in Bulgaria. As I said, in Poland we have 10 farms. We established there since 2008. Until 2015, our development pace was really fast, and we were keep buying, constructing, financing projects, etc. Until the political situation slowed down our expansion there. I don't know if you are aware, it's the Distance Act. It's a law that adopted in 2016, according to which a wind farm cannot be closer than the 10H. 10H is the distance 10 times of the diameter of the blades. So in few words, we haven't seen any new projects in wind projects in Poland the last, let's say, 6 years. And on the contrary, we are seeing many PV projects. So back in 2015, we had almost 7 gigawatt of wind and none in solar. And right now, the solar installations are exceeding the wind installations. Nevertheless, we are trying to be well positioned in the market. We have started the development of 3 wind projects with total capacity of 180 megawatt. And we are still waiting the abolishment of the Distance Act. The same story applies in Bulgaria, but let's say that the problem there for, let's say, not extending our footprint in Bulgaria was the grid situation and the political situation. Meaning that we were really surprised to see a few years ago, I mean 6-7 years ago, that they were imposing all the time new taxes, retroactive legislation with retroactive effect, that for sure was not encouraging new investments. And from my point of view, this is the main reason why we don't see major players, I mean foreign players, foreign investors in Bulgaria. Nevertheless, we are still optimistic. We have managed to establish and develop a new project, a PV project of 130 megawatts. We are developing also a wind project there. So we do hope that very soon we'll be able to enlarge further our presence there. So now let's focus to the challenges that we are facing. And I would like to mention that since we have more or less the common targets in the European Union, we see that the challenges more or less are the same and identical more or less, especially in the Balkans. So obviously the grid connection. This is the most important parameter for every discussion about the further development of renewables. So in every country we see that the grid connection needs more support with faster pace to proceed and to finance these projects. This is the key element. The second topic is about the land use. I mean, all of you are familiar about the fact that we have the categories of classification of arable land or no, and where the solar can be located, etc. I would like to mention that definitely we need to find an equilibrium, a balance about the necessary way to exploit the land, because obviously it's not prudent to utilize all arable land for solar. But I would like to highlight here that the booming in the development of solar projects led to very high increase of the leasing rates. So you could find, let's say, a few years ago, 800 euro per square meter. Now they are asking 3,000 euro per hectare. Sorry. The third point, that it was the economic and financial challenges. Okay, I think that we are very soon, very close to bypass this issue, due to the fact that we have experienced a period with high interest rates due to COVID effect, and we see in the futures that there is a tendency to see lower interest rates soon. Let's hope that this will happen, because being frank, the very high interest cost is a problem for the projects. The political challenges, as I said before, I mean, we are seeing countries like Poland, as I said, a country fully dependent with coal, with continuous disputes with the European Union about the coal and their policies, etc. And on top of that, they are trying to stop the development of renewables. That's why, as I said, they have the Distance Act, etc. We see countries like Hungary that the last years they had introduced the Robin Hood tax, as well as they have forbidden, let's say, the construction of any wind project, which does not make sense, and other countries, let's say, more or less. And about energy storage, this is something very important for the grid stability, let's say. If you would like to have my personal point of view, and I'm not representing TEN Energy on that, I think that this is something very promising, but I believe that we need a few more steps to make in order to see how we can include it in our daily business, let's say, because it's very expensive. We are seeing that the cannibalization of the market, because as more and more solar and PV projects are entering the market, very, very soon we'll have negative prices. So it's something that definitely we are monitoring closely, and we do believe that in the near future will be more attractive for from investment point of view. Okay, so a few slides about our experience in Romania. As I said, we believe that Romania is a country that will help us to reach our targets. On top of that, we are present in Romania since 2008. Unfortunately or fortunately, we didn't succeed to secure a project in the first wave of development. And also our parent company, Terran Construction Company, is for many years present here. We have many works and projects with CFR, with commercial buildings, etc. So in 2021, we have started evaluating the Romanian market, and indeed we have checked with my team almost 3 gigawatt of projects. We have met so many developers, and the good thing is that we have met many consultants, and I have to highlight here that the level of the consultants and of the people that we met in Romania, it was and is extraordinary. Very, very experienced colleagues, technical advisors, legal advisors, energy specialists help us in every step. And it's very important for the future development. Additionally, I would like to mention about the financing. I mean, when we have started to monitoring the market about project financing, and I'm talking about a non-recourse financing for renewable energy projects, and having in mind that you don't have yet the CFD, a support system, a scheme that will allow a project to have a secured cash flow for the next 15 years, which in turn will allow to project finance the project. It was a very big surprise to us to hear from more than 3-4 important international banks that they are ready to finance projects even with a 5-year or a 3-year PPA and without CFD. So this is something that I would like to highlight, and I believe that all investors should take advantage and focus on this kind of investments, because in other countries the banking system is not so strong and not so dynamic, and this is a problem. So, however, I have to mention that we have met many developers. Many of them were serious. For others, I could say that we were more like dreamers, but in the next slide I will explain more. So, as I said before, nothing is easy in this life, so there are many obstacles to bypass. So the first problem for us, and I will say a few words as investor, as a foreign investor, and the problems that we are facing here. The major problem is that everybody has a project. So everybody wants to sell a project, and everybody has a different, let's say, definition of what means ready to build. So as I said before, we have many developers. So few developers are saying that ready to build is according to the ATR moment. Other developers saying is according to the connection agreement or whatever. The problem, and the major problem to me, is the bottom line here. We have in Romania just 5 gigawatt of renewables, and there are almost 50 gigawatts granted ATRs. Okay, this is, I won't say, this is a market distortion, and I don't believe that the policymakers ever had this intention. And it's good, according to what we are hearing, that very, very soon this is going to change, and you will put some tenders for the grid capacity from autumn, etc., which is very welcome, because this will give a clear view and the status about the market. So many ATRs. Everybody with just few thousand euro paying a consultant to make a study can have an ATR, and then can have a pre-agreement for leasing a land, and then easily he has a project. So some of the developers are dreamers and believe that they can become so easily millionaires. And okay, we're not that case, but I'm just saying that this creates problems because they are blocking the grid capacity. And it's blocked the capacity by investors who don't have the financial capacity and capability to implement the projects, and this does not allow the development of renewables. And from my personal point of view, the 5 gigawatt of renewables in Romania is very, very low number in relation with the dynamic of Romania, which is the second biggest country in Central Eastern Europe. Okay. Obviously, the huge demand of ATR, because everybody was looking for ATR, led to increased cost of LLAs. But let's go to the second, let's say, column, because TSO and DSO, they are so busy only for examining the huge number of ATRs. And they're giving, let's say, ATRs with the TI, TR, with criteria N, criteria N-1, reinforcements, and all this lead to a situation where you cannot know the total capex of an investment, because you will find out how much is the total capex when you will know how much is the connection cost. And unfortunately, with all these conditions in TIs and ATRs, etc., you will be able to learn the cost only at COD. And this is very bad also for the banks, but also for an investor.
3 minutes left.
No, we are finishing, but we'll be fine. So, another trick that the developers found was to develop projects in high voltage, 400 kV. Okay, this is normal and for some investors, but being honest with you, a project of 400 megawatt is not so attractive, especially for a foreign investor, a newcomer here, because it's very complicated sometimes. Obviously, the grid upgrade advances with slower pace from what it was planned, but it's in good track, let's say. And let's see now the risks that we are facing. As I said, the uncertainty of the final connection cost and the time, because many projects share the same connection works, and this is a very serious obstacle, which in few words means that I cannot finish my project if my neighbor does not finish his projects, dependent projects. So, as I said before in the beginning, many developers consider ready to build status the ATR moment, the risks associated with the curtailments, very important, the extremely high balancing costs, and this is something that the policymakers should pay focus on that and try to improve it, because you have very, very high balancing costs. And also the lack of support schemes and long-term PPAs, which finally will be solved with the CFDs that we expect within this year, and this is a very, very important step. Okay, obviously the selling prices per megawatt doubled the last 3 years due to the huge demand. Next slide, please. I would like to highlight that 3 years ago they were asking the developer 60,000 euro per megawatt. Now they're asking even 180,000. Okay, here briefly the challenges. Grid capacity number 1, framework the second, new technologies, project finance, and obviously the expectation. As I said, CFDs is very, very important because it will allow easily the long-term financing for many investors, and not only for the big international companies. The corporate PPAs could be definitely an alternative, and I believe that the next 2-3 years we will see more progress in Romania. And that's all.
Thank you indeed. Thank you. You have covered a lot of ground of your company, your ambitions, your plans, your difficulties. Thank you very much. So, Please, all the panelists, you have to take the seat in order to start the discussion. I have a lot of questions to make, but I prefer to give the I prefer to give the priority to the audience. So please, questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm the ambassador of Greece, Lily Grammatica, and I don't have questions, or I have 1,000 questions, but I will take this opportunity for very few comments, and I will be brief. I thank the Institute for Energy for Southeastern Europe, Mr. Stabolis, Mr. Dimas, and the Romania Energy Center for this event. Now, my presence here attests to the importance that Greece pays and how much a priority it is for Greece, the energy developments in the region and in Europe in this critical juncture. Of course, it is on one hand the climate change and the developments for clean energy and the policies for clean energy that are being pushed through and for renewables in Europe and worldwide, and the new targets for decarbonization. And at the same time, we have the aggression of Russia, the Russian aggression on Ukraine, that has given more impetus to the need to become energy resilient and have energy security and diversification of sources. So Greece's role in this has become more important. We have developments, and it's very interesting for us to follow in this region such informative events. I also have a colleague here who will follow the entire meeting and all the panels. Now, for Greece, one is having, even though it's not completely decarbonization, gas, as Mr. Stabolis demonstrated with the figures he presented, is here and will be an important source of energy for the next decades coming up. So for Greece, the development of the capacity of exporting through Revithousa terminals, through the new FSRU regasification floating platform in Alexandroupolis, through the new interconnector Greece-Bulgaria, and its increasing capacity to the entire region, contributing to the energy security, including for Moldova and Ukraine, where there's in Ukraine gas storage capacity that has already started being used with gas coming from Greece. Second very important development here in Romania is the entry of the Greek energy company PPC, the E, which bought out Romania Enel. It's a big investment, 1.3 billion euros, and there is also interest for investing in renewables here. And another parameter that Greece follows with interest, even though we don't have nuclear power plants and we're not a country that has in the works any nuclear power plants, is the developments in nuclear energy and the technologies, including the SMRs. So that also we're following very closely. This is an area where Greece and Greek businesses, as Terna and as other companies, as they have a lot to offer. It's very important that we join our forces in Southeastern Europe. There is a new corridor that needs investments for coming and being materialized soon, a corridor starting from Greece, northern Greece, through Bulgaria, connecting Romania, and which will be to the benefit of the entire region. Thank you.
Okay, we thank you. Next question, please. How about over there?
Some time ago, when this problem of global warming, how was called at that time, climate change now, appeared.
So you are going to address.
Is it all right here? Here? Okay.
Do you want to address this question to a particular person, or is it general?
It's a general question. So when this problem appeared, CO2 in the atmosphere, the global warming, greenhouse effect and so on, there were two solutions. One was stop burning coal and fossil fuel for that matter. And the second problem, second solution was then capturing and storing the CO2 emitted in the atmosphere. I hear today a lot of talk about decarbonization by stopping burning fuel, fossil fuel. But this solution of CCS, carbon capture and storage, in southeastern Europe, it is abandoned. It doesn't work. In other parts of the world, I know it is going on. They build now capacities of storing CO2. What about here in our area?
The Romanian ministry wants to comment on it? No. Okay.
We recently carried out a study in Greece on CCUS and how this can be applied. There is a lot of interest from industry, and there is very little interest from electricity companies. Electricity companies, producers of coal and users on thermal plants are very reluctant to use CCUS. On the other hand, industries like cement industry, refineries, are very interested. In fact, they're going ahead with actual projects. So, sorry. I'm sorry, I cannot talk. So,
already I have given.
Okay. The situation is that industry is more interested to go ahead with CCU projects than electricity companies. Ionut, we have a problem. Okay. So, for example, as I said, refineries, cement companies are going ahead with specific projects which will be completed by 2026. In Serbia, NIS, for example, is having a project on CCUS for some time, but they're very silent about this. And I know other companies in Croatia that they are developing CCUS. So there is an interest, and the interest is really in the industry and oil and gas sector, but not involving electricity companies, which is strange, but electricity companies are afraid of the huge cost that this may entail and the long-term commitment. Okay. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, next question. Somebody over there, yes.
Here? Yes, it works. Okay, thank you everybody for the insights and the very useful information presented. I will address a question to Mr. Tamaresis because he very, I can say, he gave us a lot of information, what are the issues, what are the problems, what are the next steps that are needed for renewables, mostly in the region. And I would like to ask if by chance you have the magic wand and you can ask for one single thing that the European Union could do to align all the countries, because as you said, all the countries should have a common goal. What would that be? In your own words, just the one most important thing that could contribute and help us go forward to this goal of 2030. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. It's very easy answer. It's obviously the grid. The grid is the major obstacle in every country, at least at the eastern part of Europe. I don't know how is the situation in the western part, but definitely in every country in Eastern Europe, we are sharing the same problem. Grid stability, grid upgrade, new grids, which eventually will lead us in few years from now to smart grids, etc., in order to be able to utilize and to control the flow of energy much better.
Okay, next question, yes.
First, thank you, IENE and ROEC, for this interesting development of energy in the region. 3 points. First, we are talking about the high volatility of renewables, and my question was to the Ministry. I know that we are re-putting on the table the Tarnitsa-Lăpușești hydro storage. Are there any other batteries, for example, projects that are envisaged in a potential future? This is actually going to improve the safety and to diminish the volatility of potential extension of wind and solar parks. The second thing is a matter of consistent approach at a regional level, and IENE has done an incredible thing by presenting what I used to call the Larousse of the energy in Eastern Europe, because it's a very important document. And I see at the table, at the panel, 2 of the companies that could very well combine and improve the security at a regional level. We got to get out of the country level into a regional level nowadays because of by the way, yesterday the European Commission has issued a comment on the risks in environmental risk and preparation. And going at the regional level, one may diminish, mitigate, and adapt to this type of risk. So the 2 companies are nuclear and photovoltaics and renewables. That may, and Mr. Stambolis may comment a little on this question, how do we act in maybe near or medium future to combine the capabilities of these 2? And finally, one question, one comment, very brief. We have to define much better net zero, because as it is now, one may say, hey, it's anthropic emissions. When we breathe, we exhale CO2. So net zero means don't breathe. And we solve finally, because there will be no anthropics, the emissions. That is important, okay. Indicators.
Thank you, Ionut. The Minister, please.
Yes, indeed, the energy mix while we are going towards a green transition and greener energy is also important. This is why nuclear is very important and a priority for our country at European and even larger region level. This is why hydropower is also important for us, and this is why gas transition is also important and to be included in our energy mix. As regards the batteries and the storage capacities, as I mentioned, we have now a call ongoing on storage capacity, probably given the amount natural hydro batteries will not be included there. However, the new scheme we are working now with the DG Competition and with DG Klima envisage the inclusion of all types of technologies that are developed now and piloted and approved at European level. In addition, the classical capacity to produce batteries is also included in the call we have now ongoing on it's around 200 million euro on production of batteries. But a project as Tarnica, such a large scale, this will require much more assessments and developments. Probably there will not be EU funds to do that, but actually the national budget or maybe public-private partnerships as the legislation is now developed. And will be connected actually with the National Strategy for Energy on which we are working now, and we hope to release it for public debate in less than 1 month.
Okay, thank you. I understand, Kostis, you have a question?
Yes. This is addressed to Mr. Chirika, not a question, but he raised very interesting the EU taxonomy issue. And you were very correct in saying that 2 years have already passed since nuclear was included in EU taxonomy, and not much has happened. Okay, I'm glad to say that because EIB changed leadership early this year, the new CEO has taken a decision to review investment on the nuclear sector, which has not happened since 1987. So EIB is coming into nuclear, and the directive, I understand, is to assess projects all over Europe with EIB, with the intention of EIB providing funds for new projects. I understand SMRs are very high on the agenda, but this does not exclude others. And of course, we'll have to wait and see if this applies also to gas, because EU taxonomy included gas as well. So the other important thing is the SMR developments, as you rightly said, and we are very happy because Romania is the first country which is developing right now in Europe both classic type, traditional type of nuclear through the extension of Czernowodă and upgrading, and SMRs as well. And I think SMRs in Europe, it's only Romania, the only country that is really actually having a very specific projects. There's a lot of talk in other countries, UK, for example, but not very firm commitments, whereas Romania has a very firm commitment on SMRs. The other country is, of course, USA, where SMRs are moving, with the exception, of course, of Russia, which has already implemented SMRs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. What I like to add, and this also is for the ministry position, that is, do not forget that the flexibility of the small modular reactors is a factor that replacing the gas in the, in balancing the load with the renewables. So that is very important thing. Regarding the financing, of course, that the EIB is also, we realize that they changed the position, and unfortunately, I hope the next step to be the revigoration of Euratom fund. So that is practically exhausted. There are just, I don't know, 200,000–300,000 million euros there. So practically there has to be I negotiated a Euratom loan for Unit 2, and I know what important is for the other banks to join the financing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. The first question is that my understanding for the penetration of RES is moving higher and higher. Do you think, my understanding also is that we don't have enough grids and storages for that. And that means that we need a lot of investment. According to your opinion, who is going to bear the cost for these investments? Countries, companies, or citizens? Sorry?
For whom is the question?
To everybody, to everybody. Who wants to answer? All of you. Kostis.
I think the companies obviously are taking the lead role on that, because new projects are really initiated in most cases by companies, and then governments follow. I think the companies and the entrepreneurs are the real innovators in this, and therefore they set the trend. They convince governments to take policy decisions, sometimes successfully, other times unsuccessfully, but at the end it's companies who initiate the projects, and they're carrying everything right to the end, with governments coming in to put the political background and directions in terms of policies. So I think it's the companies such as Terna, Nucleatica, Asprofos, who are with us today, who are the initiators. This is very clear to me. Thank you.
Okay. I have exactly the same opinion. Obviously, it's also the European Union parameter which defines. I said I have exactly the same opinion as Mr. Stambolis, and I would like to top up by saying that it is the European Union that makes the policies which then are implemented in the countries. So I believe it's a combination of both private companies as well as the countries that implementing the policies from European Union.
Okay. My next question is regarding the EU plans. Do you think that the EU plans toward the 2050 are to the right direction, or you think that need to be somehow modified, and to what extent? Who wants to answer? Or even from your...
Okay, I mean, let me give a very short answer. Definitely it's in the right direction, because it is given from the European Union that we would like to proceed to decarbonization of the economy, which means, in few words, that we have to add more and more renewables in the market. And then in order to do that, you need to find the balance and equilibrium to maintain, let's say, in an optimal level. So this means that you have to add batteries, you have to add other sources, for example, nuclear or CCGTs, I don't know what. So in few words, it's the correct direction what the EU is trying to implement. The point is the parameters for the fine-tuning in order to make all these changes faster and more effective.
So, I think that we are lucky because it was a very good session, and let's give the last applause to our panelists. Thank you, all of us.
Welcome to panel 2, everyone. This panel was designed to tackle bold new topics such as hydrogen and small modular reactors, and also a topic that is almost absent in Romania's public debate, that of methane emissions and how we reduce them and what is that this problem represents. We have 4 speakers in this panel, but in the room with us live we have only 2. And the other 2 will have sent us pre-recorded video messages. So I propose the following setup for how our panel will unfold. We'll hear the speaker presentations from panel 2, the ones that are here in the room. Then we'll have a small discussion and we'll take questions from the audience. And then we'll play the video recordings that we have. And then maybe again, if we have some time left in the end, again, another round of questions and answers. So before I invite our speakers to present what they have prepared in terms of PowerPoint presentations, I wanted to say just a few words to set the stage for what is happening and to set the stage for our discussion in this panel. And what I wanted to say is that, again, going back to what I said at the beginning this morning, so many things have happened. So many that we don't know what to talk about. I mean, we have the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is the EU's response to the pandemic. Then we had the Repower EU, which is the EU's response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. So many things that were unthinkable 10 years ago, 15 years ago, have already happened and are still happening. For instance, think about how we have almost reconfigured the oil and gas flows. Think about the fact that Russian gas has gone down from 151 billion cubic meters in 2021 supply to the European market to almost 40 BCM right now, reaching the European market. So the minimum required that is transited through through Ukraine's natural gas transmission network. In the meantime, we have had 0 imports from the United States, LNG imports, in 2015. So 2015 is the year when no molecule of gas arrived in Europe. And then we have this impressive increase and 33 billion cubic meters of natural gas LNG arriving in 2021 and 2022. This number goes as high as 73 billion cubic meters, and last year 75 billion cubic meters. So a complete reconfiguration of the gas market, and specifically the European gas market, with the US now becoming literally the #1 LNG exporter and gas exporter in the world. Then comes Australia, then Qatar, and on the 4th place only Russia. So big changes happening. At the same time, we have, and I will say a few things about the European industrial policy, because this has come up as a document right before the pandemic was declared in March 2020 by the WHO. Then, the same year, in July 2020, the European Union comes up for the first time with a EU hydrogen strategy, advancing some targets there in terms of electrolyzer capacity, in terms of like 5.6 electrolyzer capacity at that time, and about 10 million tons of green hydrogen production in the EU. Then the American response to the pandemic comes up, and to the war, in the form of, and it was mentioned earlier this year, the Inflation Reduction Act. And this name actually is very misleading, because it's not, I mean, sure, it will help with the inflation in the United States, but it will have, and it has a huge impact in terms of industrial policy. For the first time, the United States have an industrial policy, and they put a lot of money and have channeled a lot of funds and financing into producing, and they say, we want not only to be energy independent, we want to be the owners of the energy transition so we want clean energy, but we want to own it as well. That means we will have to produce, they say, they will have to produce in the United States heat pumps, insulation material, electrolyzers, and other things like that. Then they also have invoked twice the Defense Production Act, which was designed for a different era to deal with the situation and with the emergency and supply disruption during the pandemic, and then the same thing to kind of jumpstart domestic production of the components needed, grid components, transformers for the clean energy future. So this thing is happening. Then we have the response from the European Union in the sense that they realize that their industrial policy, which was presented in 2020, is outdated by comparison to what the Americans have put on the table. So they come up with, Mr. Kirika has mentioned in the previous panel, the Net Zero Industry Act, which is an update of the EU's industrial policy and in which they also identify several fields which are considered strategic, and they too say we want to produce part of this equipment which will facilitate our transition to a greener future. We want to produce it in Europe. We do not want to be entirely dependent on China. And there is a significant dependence on China on various strategic minerals. And here comes this Net Zero Industry Act, which says we want 40% of the clean industry equipment to be produced, manufactured in the EU. Then they say that we want moreover, we want 10% of the minerals which are used in the clean energy transition to be mined in the EU. And here, again, quick parenthesis, Romania is in counter-step with what is happening at the European level, because from there we see that they want to up the level from 3% domestic mining in the EU to 10%. And right now we have this historic decision with Russia Montana in which we close kind of the lead on this topic and we say no to mining in that area. But the question remains, do we want to have sustainable mining of any sort in Romania, since the signals from the EU are to support this thing? Of course, the EU wants to up the recycling rate, and this is a good thing. But we have all these things happening at the same time. And we have also the REPowerEU, which accelerates even the targets for the hydrogen, in the sense that before the desire was to produce green hydrogen in the EU to the tune of 10 million tons per year. Now the REPowerEU comes and says, on top of that, we want to import 10 million tons of hydrogen produced elsewhere, and Zsuzsa will tell you in a minute more about that. So, just to kind of wrap up my intro to this panel, many things are happening. They're happening at the same time, and at least in Romania and in Europe, we are no longer in the point where we were 3-4 years ago, when hydrogen, for instance, looked like a science fiction topic, too exotic for a country like Romania, right? No, we currently have a draft hydrogen strategy, and Zsuzsa is one of the key experts that worked and is working on that document. We have also a firm commitment to the small modular reactors we have heard in the first panel, and we will hear from Bogdan in a minute. And with this, I will invite Zsuzsa to actually dive in and tell us what is Romania's hydrogen strategy about.
Thank you all for the invitation. It's lovely to see you all here, and it's great to hear the debate, because more than the figures that we're discussing, the more important is the debate that we're having, the exchange of ideas and of views and so on. Yes, as you said, we, Horvat, our management consulting firm, together with you in the team and led by PwC, we worked on the National Hydrogen Strategy for Romania for the Ministry of Energy. And you may know this, that sort of parallel to this, there was also a law for the use of hydrogen in industry and transport that was developed in the parliament by the parliamentary committee, and that law was actually approved before the draft strategy was published. And just to clarify, if there are certain differences in targets, let's say, between the law and the National Hydrogen Strategy, and my understanding is that the view of the government and of the ministry is that this strategy will give a long-term perspective for the hydrogen economy in Romania, whereas the law will be amended so as to be in line with the National Hydrogen Strategy wherever there are certain differences. Let's dive into the main ideas of this national hydrogen strategy, and magically this remote is working. So we defined some objectives, and the objectives for Romania for this national hydrogen strategy are to invest into the production, to invest into the actual demand, domestic demand of hydrogen, to support all this development in the long term by supporting research and development, and last but not least, to view hydrogen as a storage option for the balancing of the electricity system in the country. And this comes very, very well to further enlarge the discussions that we've had previously about storage and how much storage is needed in Romania. So in these, let's say, general objectives, we defined that we will be using hydrogen with priority in sectors with the biggest emissions impact to reduce most efficiently the CO2 emissions, to foster economic growth by using hydrogen in hard-to-abate sectors and increasing their competitiveness. And we will discuss what industrial sectors we are viewing here. And the technical development, innovation are very important to support this development. And as I said, storage and the balancing of the energy system in Romania is considered with the support of hydrogen and power-to-X solutions. Just to give you a glimpse of the current use of hydrogen in the economy. So there is hydrogen that is used in the industry, especially in the chemical industry, fertilizer industry, in refineries currently in Romania, and obviously it's all based on fossil fuels. Most of the current hydrogen production, let's say an annual 200,000 tons of hydrogen that are produced and used. And usually the production and the demand, so the use, is local. So for example, the refineries produce their own hydrogen. The fertilizer plant, Azomureș, is producing their own hydrogen. Kim Complex is producing their own hydrogen. And if we want to develop the hydrogen economy in Romania, as I said, we have some hard-to-abate sectors where hydrogen has a very important role because, on one hand, electrification is not a solution that will be sufficient to reduce emissions. In all these sectors, of course, energy efficiency is crucial, but the two put together, electrification and energy efficiency, still will not be able to reduce sufficiently the emissions, such as to maintain these sectors in a competitive manner. And the transport sector, where hydrogen is viewed wherever electrification is not possible. So basically, we said in the National Hydrogen Strategy that we want to replace an amount of gray hydrogen by green hydrogen in the industrial sector. We want to support the future of the steel industry in Romania with green hydrogen, and we want to see hydrogen used in the transport sector, again, wherever electrification is not possible. And we are talking in the National Hydrogen Strategy about green hydrogen, but I would like to emphasize the fact that the current position of the Ministry of Energy is that we promote green hydrogen, but by no means do we, let's say, give up or ban or not focus also on blue hydrogen. Of course, emerging technologies, we talked about white hydrogen, that is also viewed, but beyond 2030. So actually, initially, as consultants, we proposed also the use of blue hydrogen. Our understanding at the time was that the European Commission did not really support the use of blue hydrogen or the promotion of blue hydrogen in the national strategy. Now, of course, it's up to governmental discussions and negotiations what the final version will look like. But again, the position is that we, in the National Hydrogen Strategy, we talk about green hydrogen because this is what's most easily fundable through the Modernization Fund, Innovation Fund, and so on, not because we in any way do not consider blue hydrogen and with this CCUS and so on. Related to the specific figures, in the next slide I will also show you the pie chart, which is probably more easy to read in terms of volumes. So I said that currently we are using about 200,000 tons of gray hydrogen per year in Romania. Part of this will be replaced, and part of new hydrogen volumes will come. So all in all, we are envisaging at the level of 2030 somewhere about 152, almost 153 kilotons of green hydrogen per year. And this comes, as I said, from the existing industry, new industrial applications, and the transport sector. And you see that the transport sector is the biggest. And you see the corresponding figures, the impact in CO2 emissions, the necessary electrolyzer capacity to produce that hydrogen, and the necessary renewable capacity to produce the electricity necessary. We talked about the renewables target in the NECP, and Ms. Moldovan from the Ministry of Energy said that the current target is around 10 gigawatts of renewable capacities by 2030. What you see here, the additional 4.2 gigawatts of renewable capacity will have to come on top of that. So if we talk about 10 gigawatts of renewables in Romania by 2030, I believe that will not satisfy the need for electrolyzers, for renewable energy for electrolyzers. As I said, this pie chart will show you how of the total volume the transport sector will be the most significant, both in terms of demand and in terms of impact on CO2 emissions, followed by the existing industry. The existing industry currently is the fertilizer industry. And new industrial applications where we are envisaging particularly the steel production, these are, let's say, the commitments that the ministry is currently willing to take in terms of targets until 2030. And the current status of the National Hydrogen Strategy is that it's undergoing an environmental impact assessment, there was a public consultation period, and honestly, I think that there will be further public consultations before this is adopted. However, if we think about the timing until 2030, this will have to be approved as soon as possible for the entire national strategy to be able to be implemented in a timely manner. How did we come up with these figures? Well, we started, let's say, top-down from targets that are set by the EU. For the existing industry, the RED3 targets say that 42% of the hydrogen used in current industry will have to be green hydrogen. So the position here was for Romania to take the minimum mandatory amount, not to commit to more than that. Also considering the need for renewables, the need for grid capacity, and so on. So this is why the commitment of the Romanian government was for a minimum mandatory target. For new industrial applications, here we had a consultation period with the industry to see how much they can commit until 2030. And of course, if there is a willingness by the Romanian government to support the steel industry with more funding, then the steel industry, I believe, is ready to invest even more into green hydrogen and green steel. However, this is let's say, a balance that will have to be struck between industry and government. In terms of transport, we made both a top-down and a bottom-up estimation of the targets. Top-down, currently the RED3 says green hydrogen in renewable fuels of non-biological origin will have to be above 1%, but total RFNBOs will have to be up to 5.5%. So we had to find an amount between 1% and 5.5% that would be both feasible for the transport sector and feasible for Romania. So here we, after rounds of consultation, we decided that Romania could commit to 1.4% of total energy consumption in the transport sector to come based on green hydrogen. We also checked whether this bottom-up estimation could be feasible, taking into consideration hydrogen as a fuel for light and heavy industry, heavy-duty vehicles. Of course, heavy-duty vehicles will be will come first compared to light-duty vehicles, for passenger cars, public transport, also for the maritime and aviation sector. But this maritime and aviation sector will have to come beyond 2030. It's not really realistic to think that we could produce green hydrogen for the maritime and aviation sector before 2030. And in addition to this 1.4% of the total energy consumption, we also considered that the refining industry will use green hydrogen for about 1% of the total energy consumption in the transport sector. So this is how we let's say, came up with these figures that you have seen here. And these are the arguments. And the question is, what would be the cost? And of course, in the National Hydrogen Strategy, we have an overall evaluation of costs, but we had to consider what is it competitive for Romania, how can we produce green hydrogen at competitive prices on European and international level. And for this, we took into account an LCOE that's, let's say, a national average. So this is what could be achieved on an average national level. It's not for one particular company in considered for one particular company. Each company can, of course, calculate their expected LCOH based on their own values. But you see that if we think about at the level of 2022, when we were working actually on the national hydrogen strategy, that's when we started. We were estimating a potential cost for green hydrogen somewhere between 4.6 and 5.4 euros per kilogram, and this is expected to go down until 2030. To somewhere between 3.3 and 3.7 euros per kilogram. And we believe that this could mean sufficient competitiveness for the Romanian industry on European level. Because, I mean, ultimately that is the goal, so that we don't shut down the fertilizer industry, we don't shut down the steel industry, we don't shut down the refineries and so on because they cannot achieve their targets or because they have to import hydrogen or pay CO2 certificates and so on. So these are the national average costs, and I must say that here we also considered an LCOE that was debated heavily during the public consultation, and it was debated heavily because we considered, let's say, a fair mix, and in this national mix we also took into account maybe about 5 hours of nuclear energy in the off-peak hours that could bring these LCOEs down. Just think about the geography of Romania. We have the Dobrogea region. In Dobrogea, we have the nuclear plants Cernavoda 1 and 2. We will have probably in the future 2 additional reactors. Also in the same region, we have the hugest wind capacities. In the same region will come the offshore wind capacities. It's obvious that when we are thinking about hydrogen, we need to think about hydrogen also as a seasonal, long-term storage methodology, especially in these regions that will be very big producers of electricity. It would be, of course, important to be able to valorize that electricity. Finally, just to show you what we identified in terms of hydrogen, let's say potential hydrogen valleys in Romania. Each country is thinking about its own specific regions where they could produce hydrogen and regions where the demand for hydrogen would be important. And in the first or in the initial period of the hydrogen economy, we assumed that we will not have sufficient capacities and sufficient production and demand to invest into transport and storage. And this is why localizing production and demand is very important. And we also, in the National Hydrogen Strategy, we recommended 5 potential hydrogen valleys where there could be a localization of both demand and production of green hydrogen. And the criteria for this, you see that it's the presence of industrial centers, also the presence of urban centers because of the transport sector, to have transportation infrastructure, to have renewable energy such as PV and wind, and to have sufficient water resources. Of course, please keep in mind that recommending these regions does not mean that if there are other regions that will develop or have the infrastructure and the capacities to develop, they will not be supported by the government. I believe they will. But I think these could be, let's say, priority regions and hydrogen valleys because they make more sense. They have old industrial assets that should be taken advantage of. And I do hope that various stakeholders from local authorities, industry, energy production will start coming together and thinking about forming these partnerships for hydrogen valleys and investing into such projects, and of course to attract funding from the government with such projects. Thank you. Actually, this is it from my side, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Zsuzsa, for this presentation, and I think we'd rather take one or two questions while the subject is hot. Mr. Chirica.
So that to repeat, so okay, it's good. The area you mentioned here is majority are suitable also for small modular reactors. As you mentioned, Chernobyl already, that is a big plant. Doicești is there, is in the limit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Other comments or questions at this stage? Over there.
Yes, thank you very much. Artem Wojtechin, Embassy of Ukraine. I would like to make a small comment and to ask a question if possible. This is difficult for us right now, and from the Ukrainian perspective, to think about the future, but we do. And end of January this year, we have presented, the working group presented our own hydrogen strategy, which is calculated up to 2050. Yes, and this, while it's assumes to change the legislature and to assess just what you have done, the needs and the perspective for hydrogen production and consumption in Ukraine. From what I know, the key point of the strategy is the transportation system, which is the gas pipelines and the gas underground storage facilities. Therefore, my question is, from the technical point of view, is it possible to transport hydrogen via gas pipelines and to store them in the underground storage facilities? And if it is possible, how much would it cost from your perspective, both in money and time? Thank you.
For Romania or
for Ukraine? No, overall.
Well, because they're from place to place, let's say, the situation is so specific, I wouldn't be able to give you, let's say, reliable numbers. However, what I can say is that depending on the level of how much hydrogen we want to blend in the gas mix and transport it as a blended gas, or if we want to transport hydrogen, 100% pure hydrogen, both can be achieved, and for both there are examples all over Europe. I think it depends on each country to decide what they want to do. Romania obviously still wants to rely on gas production and gas consumption in the midterm, which means that we are still investing in construction of or expansion of gas pipelines, especially in rural regions. It's not efficient to think about laying a parallel pipeline for 100% pure hydrogen to the gas pipelines. So from our point of view, these will have to go hand in hand. And in the beginning, there will have to be a blending of hydrogen, of green hydrogen in the gas pipelines. and this will probably go towards the residential sector. Initially, when we were working on the National Hydrogen Strategy, we did consider also the residential sector as a possible off-taker of hydrogen. However, again, the position of the EU Commission was that this is not a very cost-effective manner to reduce emissions. I say it's not cost-effective, maybe on an average EU level, but for countries like Romania, which still rely on gas as a transition fuel, it could be cost-effective, but I'm not in the government, so I won't be able to answer that.
Thank you, Zsuzsa. At this point, I think we won't take any questions, but we'll have another opportunity after Bogdan's presentation. Just a quick addition to what you asked. What we are seeing in hydrogen, even at the EU level, but also internationally, is like a specialization. Already, we at this point know that some countries will prefer to be exporters and others importers of hydrogen, and others would do hydrogen only for their domestic use. For instance, if we think of Ukraine, maybe exporter. Germany, definitely importer. Right? Or they will produce domestically green hydrogen. Japan, definitely importer. Already Japan imports hydrogen made out of coal, Australian coal. So this shipment has already happened. Canada, when you think about Canada, they have, what struck me in Canada is that they have not only a national hydrogen strategy, they have strategies at the provincial level. So the province of Ontario, each with what it has. If you have nuclear, they want to produce pink hydrogen. If they have oil and gas there, Alberta, for instance, they want to produce blue hydrogen. So where you have traditional oil and gas, they want blue hydrogen. The Americans say that they want to create, I don't know, 4 hydrogen hubs, right? And they will want for domestic use, but also to export hydrogen, but to allied countries. So all this commercial and policy stuff at the domestic level is linked with geopolitics also, and friendshoring and exporting, but not anywhere to specific countries. And I know Germany has an interest in Ukraine and in having this partnership with Ukraine, well, after the war. I'll stop here, and I think we can move to our next presentation, another cutting-edge topic, small modular reactors, and how Romania is breaking ground in this area, being, the first in Europe with a project to develop.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very happy to be here with you. We will be speaking about SMRs, which is one of the many investment projects of Nuclearelectrica. Before we go into the actual presentation, I would like to sum up the problem that we are confronting. So first of all, we are burning a lot of fossil fuels, mainly coal and then oil products. And we're looking for solutions to this issue. However, the item I would like to clarify is that at the same time we are electrifying transportation and heating of homes and offices. To that goes the, I think, energy efficiency of buildings, so that will be reduced slightly. But these two components of transportation and home heating will add to the current need quite a lot of electricity that we will have to produce. So whatever we have today, and we're trying to solve, in the future that will be, by my calculation, at least 50% more in terms of need. So the real problem, if we're looking at 2030 and beyond, is quite a bit larger than what today's snapshot looks like. And the presentation is part of the solution. Let's go with the basics. What is an SMR? If we are to draw a line of what installed capacity in megawatts electric is, we would go from 0 to 1,000 megawatts plus. On the very large capacities, we have the large reactors, of course, maybe from 500 plus and onwards. From 0 to about 100, you'd have nano and micro reactors. And SMRs would fall in the middle, from about 100 to, I would say, 500, but there are very few examples above 300 megawatts. Now, what's so special about them? Other than their producing capacity, they are not built on site as traditional reactors. The point is to build the reactor vessels and their main components in plants. And we'll look at the economies of that later on. Well, being smaller, you can also install them depending on the demand. So you can have one plant or multiple, as Darlington in Canada is doing. So I think they're having about 4 SMRs, one next to the other. And there is another dimension of modularity that the Deutsche project will apply. Of course, other than those few specific points, to which I would add the fact that they take a lot less space when you actually build them, so you can install them in places you wouldn't ever think to install a large reactor. There are a few targeted technology benefits. Of course, top amongst these is safety. And one very important aspect are passive systems. So in physics, you have the concept of stable equilibrium. So wherever you take your system, it comes back to a stable state. In aviation, you have the stable aerodynamics. So whatever wind gust comes to your commercial airliner, it comes back to a safe position, unlike fighter jets, which are the other way around. Well, in nuclear reactors, you have passive systems. So whatever happens, you don't need external pumps to cool them down. They can go into a stable state on their own and allow you a lot of time to act on the issue, which is a good thing to have. Now, of course, there are other improvements that came with the 70 or so years of experience in the nuclear industry, which means that we now have smaller cores which contain less radioactive material, which also improves the post-usage of the radioactive material as well, and a number of other improvements such as accident-tolerant fuels, which add to this safety aspect. Now, and here we're going into multidisciplinary applications. How do we use it? Now, of course, we want to produce electricity. With that will come heat, either for industrial usage or community heating. And you can go then into industrial applications. And we'll go into the past presentations as well for this. We're clearly going to develop a lot of wind and a lot of solar, but these are cyclical. Solar depends on your day and night cycle, and wind will depend on the wind cycles. And Romania is actually quite blessed in terms of wind in particular, so we could install a lot of that and solve our problems. But you'd have huge variations. So with these, we need some sort of base load that is reliable and predictable. And nuclear suits the bill very well with this. And you install it, and it fixes the downward part of renewables, of classical renewables. But what happens when you have solar and wind in full swing? So they produce, you have your SMR producing as well, and that is a point where we envision that you could use the power from the SMR, so basically switch it and produce hydrogen, synthetic fuels, and a number of other industrial products from this family. Of course, in other countries, you could have desalination if water is needed. And I don't think I need to mention in the context we find ourselves today that, of course, it offers the stability I've just talked about and the security, because these aspects need to be taken into consideration as well, especially given the 60 years plus of life expectancy for such a plant. So a country will go through multiple events and scenarios in such a time span, and your SMR will be there with you along the way. Now, in terms of deployment, I've already mentioned Darlington and the fact that you can add plant by plant as your demand increases. But some designs, like NuScale, can be deployed not exactly module by module, but in groups of modules. So you'll see later on that the plant comes in configurations of 4, 6, or 12 modules, which is very handy. In terms of making it economically viable, on the classical reactors, you would have a tendency to make it larger and larger, and that would drive the costs down. With SMRs, what you want to do is build as many reactors as possible to drive the costs down. Who's looking at this, and what is the stage of discussion? Now, there are many SMRs in development, and the IAEA has looked at them all in a recent report. I've looked at what I've considered to be the most relevant ones, and these are about 4 of them. You can see the installed capacities there. And I've run an analysis of the region, but I've included Poland because I thought that makes it more interesting. And we can anticipate a mix of these designs throughout the region based on their installed capacities. Now, we will see, is this the pointer? Yeah. We will see that in terms of advancing technologies, we have NuScale, where development discussions are taking place, of course, between the USA and Romania. We have GE Hitachi, and this is Darlington, USA and Canada. And slightly behind those two, there is the Rolls-Royce SMR, which is in talks with the Netherlands. And Holtec, in terms of design, is a bit behind, but has a few specific use cases as well.
John, where was it killed?
Now, those are firm discussions, so that's the arena of players. But interest comes from the whole region. You'll see that it's mostly Central, Eastern, and Southern Europe, with a few players from outside Europe, like Korea, which is invested in the NuScale project. You'll see the UAE, which has recently signed, I believe, an MOU with GEH. And Sweden, well, that's in here as well. And not to mention, I think Ukraine is in talks about pretty much all of the technologies as well. I should have put it there. All right. The one thing to obviously notice is that Romania is punching above its weight here. So it's there among the pioneers of the industry with everything that entails. Now, going from the industry to the specifics, we have the Doicești SMR project. It is a 6 modules plant. I've already mentioned that we have 4 modules, 6 modules, and 12 modules. The 6 modules is selected most probably because that's what the NRC has seen already. And that's what we have license for. It's very good to mention that it's not just a nuclear power plant, it's a solar nuclear hybrid. We already have at Doicești, we have installed the capacity of approximately 80 megawatts electric in photovoltaics. And I believe that aligns with all of the policies that have been discussed previously. In terms of actual safety, we could go into details here, but the ones that I would like you to remember are: one, the reactor has a containment vessel built immediately around it. Two, it is submerged in water, and that acts as a second protection envelope. And three, this entire installation with all the modules and the pool is encased in a containment building, which acts as the third protection envelope. But there are multiple innovations at different layers. So even at the level of the fuel, you have innovations which allow it to suffer damage and still maintain itself and its properties and keep it safe. Now, an aspect that I've personally, I'm an engineer, so I've enjoyed it, was the integrated design. So taking a large reactor and bringing it down to size, they've managed to get down to a design which, I believe both mathematicians and engineers have this. You look at it and you see that it's beautiful. And you know that they've hit the right solution. And this type of a reactor has that. I mean, you can look at it and it feels right. Now, we've already discussed safety. Of course, it applies to the NuScale reactor. In terms of the plant life, it's 60 years plus extensions. So you can expect a few more decades there. And it also has a property of operational flexibility. So you don't necessarily have to keep it at 100% all the time. It's ideal, but you don't have to. And you can vary it. And of course, you have that level of control on each module. And another thing on top of what we already have, so we have the CANDU reactors, those can be improved in terms of control up to a point. Well, this, of course, is brand new and will have advanced and digitized controls. A lot of automation going into place, so it should put a lot less, it should represent a lot less effort in terms of operations. I haven't mentioned here, but perhaps you remember from President Kirika's presentation that there will be a fairly large number of jobs involved. So about 200 permanent, if I remember well, and about 1,500 jobs during the construction phase. It will use infrastructure from the previous coal power plant. So I've mentioned at the very beginning that this is the first thing we're trying to address, and that's what we're doing. The idea here in terms of human resource also is to try and retrain part of the staff. And with the other trend of electrification, as the Horvath consultancy mentioned, if you get into mining on other fields, perhaps you could move the entire workforce and keep them active, which at the state level should be important. Now, the project in itself, you've seen it. What does it mean for Romania? Of course, if we are to play and be among the first implementers, we could catalyze this in the region. For example, we've seen many Greek representatives. According to a study of mine, they would, despite all of their solar and wind, they would still need about 2 SMRs. I'm not going to say anything about Ukraine. You need a lot more.
We have the largest nuclear power plant in Europe being occupied by the aggressor. What do you think?
Yeah. And yeah, we could catalyze the region. I mean, you've seen all of the countries that presented interest. Obviously, implementing this project here means that the supply chain will get involved as well. And this is an opportunity both for our company and for the government to expand the capabilities and then reap the benefits from any implementations in the country and within the region. But that's just equipment. How about people? You'll need operators, you'll need engineers, you'll need the quality assurance people. Last 3 minutes. Thank you. So of course we could become a hub in terms of expert training as well. And as soon as you've put them up, you'll have to maintain them for the very long time periods that I've already specified. Now, where are we at with the project? It's in the FEED phase. We've split those in two. The first part is done. We are now transitioning to the second one in what we called the LNTP phase. And yeah, so basically we're at the final stages of negotiation for the second part of the FEED. This is just a little bit of eye candy from the Polytechnica Institute, where NewScale has helped us install a command center simulator. So people are already getting trained on how the reactor behaves, make sure that all the calculations are correct, that our future operators will be up to the job when the construction is finished. And of course, why Romania? Because we have quite a bit of tradition in this field. And with this new trend coming along, we want to catch the wave and ride it. Thank you very much. Any questions?
I think we should take a couple of questions while the topic is hot. Anyone? Andrea here.
Thank you. I want to ask if there are any European funds for SMRs, and if not, why? And because Mr. Kirikol also said that EU funds for nuclear are challenging to get them. And if you have the same opinion, and what do you think should change in order to get more funds for the nuclear sector?
I believe I will be able to help with the second part of the question. So in terms of the first part of the question, I believe there have been some very useful changes of paradigm recently. So with the EU coming along and making the nuclear alliance, when was that? Was it last year or this year? Yeah. So that is a welcome change. We have been studying the possibilities, and I know RoPower is doing that as we speak. I cannot mention any specific pinpoint sources at the time, so at this time. In terms of what should change, the project in itself is rather brave, so it's a new thing. We're pioneering here. So perhaps we should hold the same attitude in terms of financing it, because in the IAEA report, I can't recall any project in the EU raising more than 500 million, or in other words, financing the first project. I don't recall any. So we have great amounts of funding, great amounts of political support, but in terms of actually saying, checked, we finished this, we have it funded, I don't think anyone in Europe has it. So that would be a welcome thing. And my personal contribution, because I look after the supply chain quite a bit, funding the project in itself is one thing. But going back to that 40% localization in Europe, we also need to look at funding those companies. So maybe have our own Inflation Reduction Act, if you will.
That's a good punchline.
Yeah, that would help quite a lot in capturing the value from these projects, because it's not just a project, it's basically a door that you open and you can then go places with it. So you can use it to expand your industry, you can use it to expand your levels of innovation, and as Mr. Kirika presented earlier on, it's a gateway to get started, bring people back home, do research, and prepare the next generation of SMRs or other types of reactor, maybe even fusion, for the 2040s, 50s, 60s. So it's a start that we need to properly fund with a bit more bravery.
Thank you for your answer. Let's take one more question. Oh, comment, Mr. Kirika. Sure.
what I said is that the legal framework, European legal framework, just opened after huge pressure from the nuclear-like-minded member states. Now they have to be put in place. So this is now we have expectation that the European institution will follow that, and there are interests. But in this moment, I do not remember any European financing for such projects. Of course, that we may have financing from the from where the technology is coming, that we did with Canada, as I mentioned in Chernobyl 3 and 4, about Canada, about Italy, about the other countries. It is in my last slide I mentioned Emirates, I mentioned South Korea. So practically this is ongoing. So we are confident that this will happen, as far as I do not see the European institution to step back from that.
Thank you, Mr. Kirika.
Thank you very much.
I have a question. I'll exercise my privilege as moderator. I will tie my question to what Mr. Kirika also had in his presentation and what you said with the supply chains. And my question is this. I mean, given the fact that some of these advanced modular reactors, AMR, will need what you said, highly enriched low uranium, HALEU, the acronym. Is it public knowledge? I mean, do we know if our SMR and Deutsche will need this type of fuel? So not the 5% enriched one used in the regular traditional nuclear power plants, or will it need like this more than 5 up to 20%?
I think this is public knowledge. It will be slightly below 5%, so it doesn't go into that area.
Thank you, because there's a whole discussion how even the United States relies on uranium on the fuel from Russia, and how they are planning to downgrade their weapon-grade uranium, from high level to this 20, lower than 20 for these newer models. So I didn't know if our Deutsche falls in this category, or we would be able to rely on our own supply.
This is just the first step. Coming from the second onwards, maybe.
So we have it.
Not we, because we are not, this world is divided. In the countries, they can have, legally speaking, enrichment services as candidate. Romania is not in the other countries around. We are not in the same position to have, it's not an easy task to build an enrichment and to start to do it. So again, this is the why, for example, the West rely a lot of enrichment services from Russia. Now they try to build new capacity or to rehabilitate some capacities they abandoned. So of course that, in my opinion, this fuel would be imported from Western Europe or from United States.
Thank you very much for your clarification, because this is something that was not that much discussed in the public, and it was a missing piece of info. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Bogdan. I would like to invite you to join the panel, and maybe we can continue part of our debate here.
There were some questions.
More questions from the audience on the topic either of hydrogen or of the small modular reactors. Now would be a good time to ask. We have one more question here.
Thank you. This is a quick one. It was a very interesting presentation. I admit I was not aware of the technology. What I would like to ask, and maybe it's a matter of communication on how this technology will succeed, because what we have seen in many countries in Europe is the protest against the dangerous part of, let's say, nuclear energy. Okay, me as an engineer, I understand, and you understand what we have to do to evade this. However, if you can compare with a small physical example, the amount of radio energy that's included in this solution versus the normal nuclear plant, maybe that will be a good start for people to understand and for better communication so as to help investments in the area.
Is that a comment or a question?
Yes, it's a question regarding if you can bring an example for people to understand if this is the way forward.
I believe that is mainly down to the regulators. So, of course, you'll diminish the numbers as much as possible, and that's back to Mr. Sherbănescu and the Department of Engineering to give the specific numbers. But there are plans in place on how to properly communicate these things. So, and these are discussed among all countries who wish to implement them. So, of course, safety is first, and this solution benefits not only from the specifics that I gave you, with the three main layers of protections, which are quite thick, serious solutions, but also small innovations at every layer. But in one way or another, these are systems that have been operating for about 40 years now in the military. And that helps a lot as well. And that's just the technical side. In terms of how you communicate it, when you actually go to say, Târgoviște, Doicești, you have to speak to people and let them understand what's in it for them. So, okay, guys, you're safe, but look, you're going to have these jobs, which have disappeared after the coal power plant went down, and the people there feel it. We can give you this many permanent jobs, which will be high-paying jobs. And that's why I've mentioned the other trend, because I don't think that with a nuclear power plant you can convert the entire workforce. But you can have a secondary mining project, and I'm not obliging anyone with anything here, but I think mathematically it would be useful. And then you can cover for the entire community. So as long as they understand that it's safe and that it's good for them and that it's going to bring money, opportunities, people there, probably quite a bit of infrastructure, then people, at least in the community, should become more amenable. And if the people in the community are with you, they can become your biggest sponsor to convince everyone around.
Thank you, Bogdan, for this answer. I would like to bring in Zsuzsa a little bit and go back to hydrogen, because what I have seen, for instance, in other strategies and the way other countries have approached what they want to do with hydrogen, going through this exercise, they, the big countries usually go with, we want to use it wherever we can, and they throw 8, 9, 10 billion euro or US dollars, and they want to use it in all possible ways that they can. But smaller countries, Romania being a middle-sized country, we cannot probably, overextend ourselves and try to do everything. And we saw from your presentation that Romania is going with industry and transport. But do we have a sense of prioritization in the sense that what would be the more important or the pioneer in this? Like, do we rely on the industry to lead this, or on the government through regulation to push the transport into this direction?
Well, I think it depends on each sector, because for fertilizer, basically there's one remaining company in Romania. So there it's a simpler balance, whether it's the company or the government, and actually they should go hand in hand. And currently, this is not sufficiently happening. The same with the steel. There aren't many stakeholders. When you talk about transport, the stakeholders are much more. So also here, I think the concept of hydrogen valleys would have to be the initial spark that would start, let's say, the conversation and start the partnerships. In a hydrogen valley, you would probably have local authorities involved. You would have private companies involved, and if they can show a good partnership and a good potential, the government should prioritize them for funding. Coming back to other countries and what other countries are doing, some are more ambitious and some are less ambitious. Romania has chosen to, in the hydrogen strategy, as I said, just to fulfill the mandatory targets. But Romania should always keep in mind what would make our industry competitive on European level. And when we are talking about potential for Romania to export its energy, yes, there is a theoretical potential for us to export, I don't know, maybe in the future electricity, or to export not so much in the future, but maybe in the midterm gas. But as a taxpayer, I would say let's export green steel or green fertilizers or green PVC and so on, rather than the energy itself. The energy, and this is where the hydrogen is so versatile, it can offer a way of balancing all these different energy carriers. And this is where, you look in a hydrogen value or a national level. I have an amount of hydrogen. Okay, we are talking about long term. I have an amount of hydrogen. What does it make sense to use it for? Do I transform it back into energy? Do I use it in a chemical plant? Do I use it for steel? It will eventually, hopefully, become a balance. And yes, we have been asked whether Romania wants to become a net exporter or a net importer of hydrogen. But when we are developing the strategy until 2030, only with a view beyond 2030, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have potential for renewable that we should use, but we should use it to satisfy and revigorate the local industry rather than export green hydrogen to Germany. Of course, Germany needs a lot of green hydrogen, but sorry, the old polluting industry, which to many environmentalists would be a no-go. Let's not revigorate the industry. Let's reinvigorate the industry sustainably.
Thank you. One last opportunity to ask the question, and then we'll give some concluding thoughts from the both of you. Mr. Chirica.
By legislation, we are obliged, when we apply for the environmental license, to have public consultation, and we did that for the previous projects. And that regarding the, the traceability of safety of the reactors. And my colleague, they mentioned the defense sector. So do not remember that the first nuclear reactors in operation were coming from defense in Russia and in United States of America. So in Russia was the first reactor, the first commercial reactor was in United States of America in shipping port. It was a development of the submarine. The submarine, if you remember from the history, that the head of the project for the nuclear propulsion for submarine was Admiral Rickover. It's a famous name in the nuclear history. And after the first submarine equipped with a reactor, the Nautilus, in '53, in '57 it was the first shipping port with 60 megawatts. It's similar like a module in NuScale, which operated 30 years. With no major, okay, small incidents happened, no nuclear incidents. So that is something that to say that, oh, it's the first time Romania is a cobaye for this. So there is no documentation. Last we are saying that no CO2, CO2 killed the life. So that is I hope to be my last intervention for today.
Thank you, Mr. Kirika. Bogdan, now back to you for the concluding thoughts. What would you say to those people who are saying, who are sensing the loss of confidence following the unraveling of the project in the United States? So how should we in Romania, or how should we talk to the people that are more pessimistic about this project in Romania, given the fact that the one in the US is, not happening in the initial format?
Well, I will say now what I've said back in the office when that happened. As long as the safety is there, as long as the economic viability is there, I see it as an opportunity. You can negotiate better terms. So that's what I would tell them, just wait and see. We'll make it happen. And we'll make it happen in better terms for both Romania and the EU.
Well, that's an optimistic note to conclude your intervention today. Zsuzsa, now back to you for final remarks. And what do you think should be the things that we should focus on while talking about hydrogen and the hydrogen skeptics in Romania, saying that we have other things to worry about, not hydrogen?
Well, I do agree that we have other things to worry about. We do have to worry about energy efficiency, for example. We do have to worry about the future of heating in Romania. But on the other hand, there will still be, let's say, areas that cannot be covered by energy efficiency, electrification, and this is where we need to identify them and see how hydrogen could fit into those areas. Hydrogen is not a universal solution. It has to be applied where it's most efficient, most cost efficient.
Thank you. And with that, please join me in giving a round of applause to our wonderful speakers in this panel. But wait, this is not all. We have two more recorded interventions, one on renewables from our colleague from Greece, Nicolas Sofianos, and the other one from Raul Kazan, who we have invited to speak about methane emissions. So another topic, like the next revolution, because we have all been talking about CO2 emissions, how we reduce that, but in parallel there is another battle brewing on the horizon. So Razvan, if we can start with Nicolas Sofianos' recording.
A presentation on RES in Southeast Europe. The presentation is divided into three parts. In the first part, I will present the development in Greece, the renewable energy sources, while in the second part, we will see the overall picture of Southeast Europe. Finally, in the third part, I will make a reference to energy poverty, because it makes no sense to focus our attention on developments in renewable energy sources if we do not first pay attention to the real problem of the region, which is energy poverty. So let's proceed to the first frame, which is about renewable energy sources in Greece. Greece, in just 4 years, doubled the installed capacity of renewable energy plants, which now exceeds 12 gigawatts. In the last 10 years, Greece has undertaken a remarkable transition since 2005, when the European Union first set up its emission trading schemes. Greece's emissions from electricity production have fallen by 64%. Increasingly, renewables are gaining market share as they replace fossil fuels, particularly lignite. In May 2023, renewables accounted for more than half of the country's energy mix, and this was a new record, with 54% of total electricity demand being met by renewable energy sources. Greece's latest National Energy and Climate Plan raises the country's target for renewable energy to 28 gigawatts by 2030, aiming to achieve 80% penetration of renewables in the country's energy mix by 2030. The country's national hydrogen strategy is also in the pipeline, and preparation for the development of offshore wind farms are underway. Greece's also aim to reduce total greenhouse gas emission by 55% by 2030 and reach net zero emission by 2050. It has made several progress toward meeting these targets. This includes significantly reducing its reliance on lignite and setting abiding targets despite to end lignite fired power generation by 2028. Of course, there are many several challenges. Fossil fuels will account for most of Greece's energy use, and stronger efforts are needed on energy efficiency. There is a lack of adequate grid infrastructure to satisfy investor demand. The RES planning that does not meet the needs sometimes of the market, low energy prices that do not motivate new investors, and of course low electricity demand, which is a broader phenomenon in Europe. Now let's proceed to Southeast Europe, small but decisive step toward the energy transition. Here you can see the overall picture of the ROEC installed capacity. There are some updates that must be done for Greece, Turkey, and Romania. So let's proceed to Romania, because we have already seen Greece. Of course, the EU member states have implemented several steps toward the smooth adaptation of EU energy and environmental policies and directives. Southeast European region is characterized by distinctly different energy markets in terms of structure, operation, and maturity of the market in various states of various development. So let's see first the EU member states. In Romania, announced plan to raise its installed solar capacity to 16 gigawatt by 2030, coming from solar and wind, aiming to contribute 36% of its gross final energy consumption. It plans to phase out coal by 2032. The country hit almost 3 gigawatts of solar capacity at the end of 2023. Bulgaria's installed electricity capacity from renewables surged to 5.2 gigawatts. To achieve a net zero emission, renewable must replace thermal power plants, of course, which contribute 45% of electricity production. Bulgaria aims to decommission thermal capacity and invest in renewables, targeting 30% renewable energy by 2030. Cyprus area's capacity reached 635 megawatts, but in 2024 recently, TSO announced the need of further curtailment of renewable energy, which is necessary to guarantee the stability of the electricity network, given the scarcity of installed energy storage on the island and the lack of electricity interconnections with the neighboring countries. However, these developments suspend further RES growth in Cyprus. In Croatia, the RES installed capacity is 3.6 gigawatt. RES account for 31% of Croatia energy mix, with 53% of total electricity production coming from renewables, primarily from large hydropower. The strategy predicts that renewable energy sources as a share of total energy consumption will grow to 36% in 2030 and 65% in 2050. As far as the West Balkan countries are concerned, Albania, Serbia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, Kosovo, and North Macedonia, beginning with Montenegro, RES installed capacity remains stable at 830 megawatts, mainly from hydro. The country plans to produce up to 300 megawatts of new solar power by the end of 2024. And by 2030, Montenegro is obliged to reach a 50% of share of renewable energy in total final consumption. Total RES installed capacity in Serbia is 3.1 gigawatt, but the projection is to add more 3 gigawatt in the years to come. Bosnia is 2.1 gigawatt from RES. In order to meet the EU Green Deal objective, Bosnia and Herzegovina recently affirmed its target to achieve a 43.6% share of renewables in gross final consumption by 2030. Albania produces almost all of its energy from hydropower, although the electricity sector is almost completely renewable from hydro. Additional efforts are needed in heating and cooling, as well as in the transportation sector, to reach the overall renewable target. North Macedonia, okay, the country has historically been dependent on lignite and coal. It has committed to a coal phase out by 2027 and to increase the share of renewable energy sources in its gross energy consumption to 38% by 2030. Last, Kosovo has one of the world's largest lignite coal reserves and it remains dependent on two depreciated and fully efficient power plants. The target is to increase generation from renewables to at least 35% generation in the generation mix, reduce greenhouse gas emission by 32%, and phase out at least one lignite power generation plant by 2031. Now, Turkey is a case from itself with a very rapid growing economy. It has become one of the fastest growing areas markets in the world. Projections show that demand growth trend in Turkey will continue. Turkey increased its renewable electricity capacity by almost 3,000 megawatt last year, with a total installed capacity at almost 60 gigawatt in total. But the government aims to increase our share to 65% by 2035 from the current 56. Now let's proceed to some energy poverty comments. Between 50 and 125 million EU citizens, this is about the 10 to 25% of the European population, are estimated to be affected by energy poverty the years to come. Inflation, energy bills have been worrying many Europeans in years. Across the European Union, more than 40 million people were unable to heat their home properly in 2022. Now, the situation is even more severe in some of the Southeast European countries. It's estimated that in the region, about 30% of households are struggling with energy poverty. Energy poverty is still an issue of little or not political interest in the region, and hence the problem is less defined, monitored, or tackled than in Western, of course, European countries. Poor construction materials, poor insulation, poor maintenance contribute to the inadequate state and high inefficiency. This combined with the old, inefficient, and poorly maintained heating system on domestic appliances contributes to deeper energy poverty in the Southeast Europe as compared to the rest of Europe. In some cases, the buildings are in such a deteriorated state that it is doubtful whether full energy efficiency retrofitting will be possible, hence resettlement programs will be needed. In Southeast countries, the share of households not attached to the electricity grid is higher than in Western Europe. In such a situation, it is hard to address energy poverty with measures for improving energy efficiency. So alternative programs for ensuring access to electricity will be needed. The 16 power plants in the Western Balkans cause as much pollution as the 250 plants active within the European Union. The health impact is severe, and not just within the region. 8 of the 10 most polluting installations in Europe are found in the Western Balkans. Kostolac B in Serbia and Uljevic in Bosnia and Herzegovina produce a quarter of all sulfur dioxide emitted by all coal plants throughout the European continent. Plants in the Western Balkans often don't have access to desulfurization plants. In 2022, dust emission from coal plants of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Serbia increased compared to previous year, and the highest dust polluter in 2022 was Gako in Bosnia and Herzegovina, whose emission more than tripled to 5,000 ton in 2022, more than 60 times as much as allowed. So how can renewables help in energy poverty? Since 2021, newly installed wind and solar photovoltaic capacity in Europe has displaced an estimated 230 terawatt hours of fossil fuel electricity generation, equivalent to 8% of annual production. This lowered electricity prices by increasing the number of hours in which renewables supplanted more expensive fossil fuel sources. RES reduced wholesale electricity prices in the EU by 8% in 2022 and 15% in 2023. In absolute terms, these cost savings will amount to around 95 billion euros by the end of this year. Over a longer time scale, renewables will not just reduce energy prices, but also make them more stable. And the shift, of course, to renewables not only brings economic benefits, but also a geopolitical benefit. So this was my contribution. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish all the best for the conference proceeding. Thank you very much.
Thank you for playing the video. There's a lot of statistical data and good insights that Nicolas Sofianos' presentation has brought us. However, because we are running late on our agenda and the initial plan, I have decided that we do not play the last video because we had one more video of Raul Kazan, but we will post it online on ROEC's website and on IENE's microsite. And I urge you to actually go and listen to the prepared presentation because it's a really cutting-edge topic like methane emissions reduction, and the EU has a strategy on that as well. The EU wants, it was adopted in 2021, and the aim is to cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030. There is a global methane emissions pledge that Romania has signed last year, so there are a lot of exciting developments in that area as well. And just to add, in terms of news, we had this partnership signed between Google and the Environmental Defense, and they will be launching this satellite circling the Earth and gathering this data and monitoring where these methane emissions occur to, provide input for evidence-based policy making. Worldwide. So I will not abuse your patience anymore, and I would like us to go now into the coffee break, but let's not make it 15 minutes, let's make it 10 minutes tops. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniela Staicu, and I'm an associate professor at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, the Faculty of Business Administration in Foreign Languages. So welcome to the third panel today. Thank you very much for your patience. I would like to ask also the third panelist to join the table, because I only see 2 out of 3, and the fourth one, it's a pre-recorded intervention. So, John Dovelos, if you are here, yeah, please, yes, take a seat. Thank you. Before introducing our panelists, I would like to make some short remarks meant to highlight how much pressure it's on transportation when it comes to energy transition. In 2022, I worked with Ms. Eugenia Gushilov on a research dedicated to sustainable transportation prepared for the European Institute of Romania. And our research, though it has almost 2 years, is much related to the topic of our panel today. It deals mainly with energy transition in the transportation sector, and I'll just give a bit of insight in case you're interested in more. It's available on the European Institute of Romania website. So in the transportation sector, decarbonization of road transport is the primary objective of the European Union until 2035, an ambition that member states must put into practice. Therefore, the discussion in the transportation sector focuses on alternative fuels like biofuels, electricity, synthetic compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, and related charging and refueling infrastructure. Alternative fuels play a key role in decarbonization of transportation because they have several benefits at once. They reduce air pollution, mitigate climate change, and assist the EU countries, Romania included, in weaning off from the dependency on Russian gas, oil, and refined products. REPower EU package, adopted in May 2022 as a response to Russia's military aggression in Ukraine, is Europe's roadmap to end reliance on Russian gas by 2027. In the EU's view, the main instrument for gaining energy independence from Russia is to accelerate energy transition. Our study, which I mentioned earlier, shows the important challenges that Romania faces related to the modernization of this sector and discusses the various aspects of this accumulated gap. To close my remarks, I would like to add that in the context of Russia's war against Ukraine, the neighbor with whom Romania shares the second largest border, 649 kilometers, regional connectivity is a maximum emergency, especially with respect to the railway and river components. Cooperation with Ukraine on transport infrastructure will be featured high on the European agenda going forward, both as Ukraine moves ahead as an EU candidate country, but also in the context of the ongoing war, where a strong interconnected regional infrastructure is required to support Ukraine fight the aggression and the subsequent post-war reconstruction effort. So this was like a sneak peek into our research. If you're interested, it's available on the European Institute of Romania website under the title, and I'll mention it in Romanian, Interconectivitatea în Uniunea Europeană, provocări pentru viitorul politicilor de transport în 2030. Now, it's time to introduce our first panelist today, and we welcome George Satlas from the Greece-Bulgaria Interconnector. You have the floor, or, well, the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. I have the privilege to be the first speaker of the last session, which I understand is a bit tiring, but I will do my best to entertain you and enlighten you with some information of what's going on in the transportation of gas in the region. So, ICGB is the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria. It started as a project in 2012 as an idea, but the tender happened during 2019, and we managed to start operation in 2022, because in the meantime it was pandemic, war with in Ukraine, a lot of geopolitical stuff happening. Let me see if this thing. Ah, okay. Which one? Let me see. Here. So you can see this is a part of our gas metering station in Komotini in Greece. You can see those flags there, here and there. It's the Greek flag, Bulgarian flag, and also Italian flag. Why? Because it's a complex project. The shareholders are 50% Bulgarian state and 50% company based in Greece, which part of it is DEPA International Projects, Greek state, and part of it is Edison in Italy. So what is the strategic significance of this interconnector Greece-Bulgaria? First of all, we have network users that from start of the operation, they transfer more than 1/3 of the domestic gas demand in Bulgaria. Second, we managed to reduce the dependency of gas, of energy sources in Bulgaria, and we allowed LNG, it will come actually, and Azeri gas to reach Bulgaria, increasing the liquidity of the Bulgarian gas market from day one. Well, like I said, we became the first import route for Bulgaria, even from the first month of operation. And by doing that, we enable the reduce of CO2 emissions in Bulgaria. Bulgaria is a country that is coal dependent. What people and the government were trying to reduce that. Actually, together with Greece, it was one of the countries that had the most advanced in using renewable sources, but also transmission sources. Next, we can say that the capacity right now is 3 BCM per year. We're trying to expand this to 5 BCM per year to accommodate the energy needs in the area. And what we're also trying to do, we're trying to check how we can be repurposed for hydrogen transmission, either through a percentage or full, depending on the policies and the situation. Lastly, what I can say is that since the start of operation, we have transferred more than 1.5 billion cubic meters of natural gas. Actually, it's 1.88 right now. We are seeing demand reducing nowadays. That is mostly due to low energy prices and full storage capacities in Europe. So commercially, what we are doing when we're trying to establish this expansion of the pipeline, what we have seen is that for 2023-2024 gas years, we have a capacity sold already of 80% of our 3 BCM. The total network users are 40. We are doing the quasi-yearly, quasi-quarterly capacity because right now we have 2 interconnection points in Greece. One is with the TAP and one is with DESFA. The one with DESFA is not currently working. It will be operated when the LNG starts from Alexandroupolis. And we offer this capacity on competing basis. And for the full year, what we have seen is that for Q3 and Q4, the capacity is up to 90%. So I'll try to explain a bit with this map the geopolitics and how this works and why ICGB is a crucial part of what we're discussing now, the security of energy in the area. So we see Greece and Bulgaria, which are the two, let's say, stakeholders of IGB. We see gas flowing from TANAP to TAP, mainly Azeri gas. And also we see on the other side the gas reaching to Italy and via virtual trading also going back to, let's say, our system and going north. So the other thing is that through LNG terminals, the one in Revithousa that is currently operating, and the one in Alexandroupolis that will come during the next month, most probably, will increase this supply of gas. We are going through Romania. Romania is very important because, as you already know better than me, it's also a producer of gas, but Romania has connection to other countries like Hungary, and connection also to Moldova. And from Moldova, we can move to Ukraine, and then we can move even to Slovakia and back to Hungary. So all this that you can see depicted here is what we call the vertical gas corridor. And as Mr. Stambolis also mentioned, it was defined, let's say, in 2015 with only 3 countries. But you see here, there are more than 7 countries involved in this system. So what are the challenges ahead for the interconnector Greece-Bulgaria? First of all, we are running this process under the ENTSOG, which is the network, the European network system for the gas operators, and we are trying to find out how we can expand and increase the capacity. And second of all, we are trying to work with hydrogen. So we are already part of the European Hydrogen Alliance, and we're trying to find out how we can use our pipeline to transfer hydrogen, either by blending up to 15% or, depending on the situation, full. So that's why the previous presentation by Suzu was very interesting. So all in all, IGB is a reality, and it operates from October 2022. And its role, it's obvious from what we presented that it's very significant, and the collaboration with the TSOs in the area. With that, I will try to entertain you a bit with a small quiz. So, how many executives do you think that coordinated during the CESEC in Athens in January for this vertical corridor to become a reality? One might say 4. Yes, I heard some 4, because 4 were the initial, let's say, stage. 7, which are the countries, but no, as you rightfully said, there are 10 executives for the TSOs, and you can see all of them there. And I can assure you, as a takeaway of this presentation, that one of the most difficult parts is to try to coordinate between all these people who had a kind of meetings, who have workshops, but we're going there. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for attending this presentation. Hopefully, we'll have a better discussion later. Thank you.
I would say a quite effective way with a bit this to take some questions. Yeah, sorry. All right, so thank you. It ended quite nice. So let's hear some questions for Mr. Statlas. If you have already, that would be good to ask now, when it's still fresh in our minds, please. Yes, please. Do we need a microphone? Yeah, there.
Thank you. What are the countries that, from what countries was the gas until now imported? From what countries flows the gas?
Mainly it's from Azerbaijan, because it's the Azeri gas that comes through TANAP and through TAP. So, however, we have seen quantities also from other countries in the area. What was tough, and I will take this question, is that earlier in the year it was, last year there was a tax in Bulgaria regarding Russian gas. So that was a bit tricky on how we will impose this tax and how we will identify where the gas come from. So we have to resolve this with all the providers, and we have to ask them the origin of the gas. Actually, none of them declared that it was coming from Russia. We had some Turkmenistan or other countries, but that was it.
Came from the new terminal in Greece?
This LNG is supposed to be coming in maybe April or May, when the terminal will start operating. Right now it's in commissioning phase, the terminal is established. What is important is that we will use, because also, as I said, our interconnection point with the Greece TSO is not still active. It has been done, but it's not operating. So it will operate when the gas will come from the LNG terminal because of the difference in pressure. So the gas will come, and then we'll have blended gas coming both from the LNG terminal and from TAP.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Eugenia.
Quick. I'm more curious because you saw that it's operational, I mean, IGB is operational since October 2022. And I would be curious if you could give us a number as to the volume of gas transited by IGB, I mean, through IGB that reached Moldova. I mean, the volume of the gas with the destination Moldova. 2023.
Yes. Actually, this happened in the last quarter of 2022. Sorry, yes. It happened through the last quarter of 2022. I mean, immediately after we started operating during December, we saw some quantities that was transferred through our network and went to Moldova, because we also saw that there was a shipper from Energycom from Moldova that also showed interest, and they transferred directly with us. But I don't know the full quantities, to be honest, but it was interest back then, and it also in the later days, they also transferred some gas, but they have made this connection, let's say, directly with DEPA, which is the commercial gas operator in Greece. And the mainly use of this gas was to energize their electricity power plants.
But you have no statistics as to the months when more gas transited?
It was during the winter period. During the winter period, yes.
All right, and I'll have a question too. So on your map, there was Romania, Moldova, Ukraine. What can you say about challenges in communication with authorities or stakeholders from all these countries?
Okay, it was what I presented, that there are challenges there because of the different regulatory frameworks, because of these projects sometimes, you know that infrastructure projects, they need time, they need money. So the funding is very crucial, but we have seen that all the parts, they want to communicate and facilitate this route, because it's very important for the energy security.
All right, thank you. Is there another question? All right, thank you for your contribution, and we will come back to Romania and welcome Otilia Nuțu from Expert Forum. Otilia, the floor is yours. We'll proceed the same. Otilia will have her presentation, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody who had the patience and the courage to stay until to stay this late. I will talk a little bit about the challenges that we are facing in the Romanian energy system, which I think to some extent they are common to all the countries inside the EU, but more so in Romania, particularly because it was a former communist country which overdeveloped its industry and energy intensive industry until 1989. So the big legacy that we are facing now in our energy system is the fact that the whole energy system, regardless of whether we are talking about electricity or gas or oil, was meant to supply a very highly energy intensive industry with very little regard for household consumption. And you have there an old map of where our industry was located. And what you can see, even though it's not very clear, is the fact that in general, energy-intensive industry was being formed where there was a big resource, and there you had also developed a big consumption. And that has a big impact on how you design the networks, the gas grids, the oil infrastructure, and also the electricity grids. Now, If we think about how the consumption was before 1989, I can give you a very simple example. Electricity was rationed, and it was less than 5% of the total electricity consumption in the country. In 2022, it was 29%. So all these developments have not been fully taken into account in the development of the energy system in the past 3 decades. Why hasn't it happened so? It's because we had problems with very lengthy processes of developing infrastructure. So if you see the large projects that we have, regardless of whether it's the development of gas grids or electricity grids or power plants, you see that the same projects have been on the table for 20 years. So if they are taken up now, and they are based on the blueprints that were before 1989, they might not fit the purpose of consumption today. So we actually face 2 challenges. First of all, to catch up with the developments in the patterns of demand until now, and then from here now, from now on, to go to 2050, where we need to achieve climate neutrality. So these are the 3 key mistakes which appear constantly in our energy policy, or the lack thereof, because as you know, we don't really have an energy strategy. And we see, for example, that, and I will give you a little bit later some examples. If you look at the projects which are financed even with European funds on district heating networks, on gas grids, on electricity grids, they are built on projects designed very many years ago. Then a second problem is the fact that we have a large share of the energy sector in public hands as state-owned enterprises, and there is a tendency to protect them against private competition, and I will give you some examples later. And this happened because we didn't have large-scale privatizations in the power generation sector, and we have designed duopoly in the oil and gas production. We also consider ourselves that we are rich enough to go through 2 transitions. So instead of, let's say, taking the advantage that we are rather primitive in our energy system and jump directly to technologies which would be up to date also in the next decades, we are trying now to catch up with projects which would have made sense in the early 2000s. And then from these projects to shift again to new infrastructure within the next 30 years. And we have this misconception that the goal is when, for example, we are talking about coal phase out, that we need to replace 1 megawatt with another megawatt but a little bit cleaner, without considering the fact that, hey, maybe the demand is a little bit different. So these are 2 typical examples. For example, district heating in Bucharest, which is, I think it's I'm a fan of district heating, and I think it's one of the means by which you can decarbonize heating in and cooling in residential areas. But the problem is that if you are trying to update and upgrade, mostly with cost adjustments, the blueprints and designs which were made 20 years ago, then you don't take into account how the city has developed. What is the current heat demand for today? Maybe there are some other areas in which you need to expand the grid. Maybe there are some ways in which you can integrate renewables. And the problem is that our system is actually 2nd generation, whereas in Western Europe they are developing 4th or 5th generation district heating systems, which include renewables, geothermal, solar, and a lot of other technologies, and it's much more decentralized. The same thing happens also with the electricity grid. If you look at all the reports that were, and all the 10-year network development plans of Transelectrica for the past 20 years, you see, for example, that the priority continues to be the ring of 400 kilovolt and other lines. For example, I remember when I started working in energy more than 20 years ago, the same priorities for substations were being discussed as they are today. And I'm going to talk a little bit also about this problem, that it's actually an institutional problem that makes us think this way. For example, we have state-owned companies which are, for which the Ministry of Energy is a shareholder, and there is a conflict of interest actually between the role and function of the Ministry of Energy as a designer of a policy in energy, which has to deal also with developing markets, competition, energy efficiency, and so on, and being a shareholder, which means optimizing the value of your own companies. This is something that we can see in all the projects that are proposed by the ministry, for example, and also in the plans that we are proposing for EU funding. Every single plan that we are submitting to the European Commission for funding, whether it's the first version of the National Recovery and Resilience Plan or the proposals for the Transition Fund, you see that the first versions are, let's give this much money to Hydroelectrica, this much money to CE Oltenia, without considering the idea that you have to give competitive state aid to whoever can provide the same service with a better quality. This is also visible in the grid access. For example, Transelectrica has to take into account all the official plans, like, for example, that units 3 and 4 are going to be built, Tarnica is going to be built, and so on, which unfortunately do not materialize, yes? When a private sector investor wants to connect to a specific point in the grid, they receive a pushback from the grids saying that, oh, there isn't enough capacity here because we are going to build these plants anyway. We also see the plans for the development in the Black Sea, in which the state actually mandated its state-owned company to form a joint venture with a private company. So instead of trying to open the market to more competitors, we see that we are regrouping to the same players. And then we are wondering why the competition in the wholesale market doesn't work that well. Well, if you increase the concentration, then you have a problem. And you have a very specific example for regarding, now there are two pretty equivalent projects. One is developed by Hydroelectrica, a solar plant, another by a private company, also a large-scale project above 1 gigawatt. So on one hand, Hydroelectrica gets preferential access to land from a state-owned entity, whereas the private competitor has to procure the land on a competitive market, and the private competitor also has to deal with additional barriers like restrictions on the use of agricultural land. The public sector company Hydroelectrica is favored when there is a discussion about funding from EU funds. The private company has to source its funding in the free market without any kind of state aid. So this is a picture in which the government is actually protecting its state-owned companies against any private competition. The second mistake that we are making is the fact that we consider that when you shut down a plant, you have to put exactly an equivalent capacity in the same place. So this is very clear from the restructuring of Oltenia, in which that's the lazy solution, because you think that if you replace the capacity with the exact equivalent, then you don't have to do anything with the grids. yes? But then you don't take into account the fact that maybe the demand is not there as it used to be. And maybe you need to produce electricity closer to the consumption, yes, in cities, more distributed. And the problem that comes from this idea is also the fact that if you are replacing a large power plant with an equivalent power plant, you need to make it also very controllable, and that limits the fuels that you can take in. Yes, so you can only replace coal with gas. And then you say that maybe sometime in a distant future we could replace it with hydrogen, but you don't have enough certainty that there will be enough hydrogen for this. So there is no discussion, you know, in a holistic manner how the demand changes. What are the alternatives for this intermittence of renewables? Maybe you can introduce flexible demand. Maybe you need to take into account various forms of storage, and not only batteries, but there are so many technologies which are being tested now on European markets. So what are the causes for this, let's say, delay in thinking in Romanian policy making? First of all, it's the institutional legacy, and it's the fact that, you know, we used to have in communist times one entity, the ministry, which was taking care of the entire sector, which was then split in ministry, companies, and regulator. But still, the people have the same ties. So you cannot have an independent regulator who knows everybody in the regulated industry. So that's one of the problems. Of course, state-owned companies are also relatively more unionized than private sector companies. So there is a very strong lobby, for example, from the coal industry to keep things as they are. There is also a problem of relative loss of competence after accession in the EU, simply because when we are trying to enter the EU, we had to negotiate accession chapters, energy being one of them, so they had to keep very competent people to do that. But then, once this pressure was off, there was a very high temptation to politicize and you know, give key positions to your friends. And of course, we shouldn't forget the disease of Europe right now, which is populism, and which we saw very strongly last year with the energy prices, but there has been for a much longer period with the reliance of on our own resources, or on, you know, foreigners are coming to take our country. So what is the result? Our energy policy, to the extent there is a policy, it's kind of getting more and more decoupled from the EU, and this is why we have this very much pushback from the European Commission when we are trying to lower all the time the expectations on renewables, for example, or on energy efficiency. We also see a delay in the coal phase out. You saw probably how the legislation has changed, but de facto we are kind of keeping the power plants, even though they are kind of walking zombies right now, but we are keeping them alive. And we saw many years of delay in the renewables development. For example, there was no investment between 2017 and 2022. And various forms of market distortions, such as price regulations and unfair competition from state-owned companies. What we have in addition to that, we have these projects which related to gas consumption, which relate to the development of gas grids for households, and also replacing all coal-fired plants with gas-fired plants. Just one company which is being considered would consume about a quarter of the current consumption of gas right now if it materializes. So you can imagine that if all these plans come to fruition, then we are going to, unlike anybody else in Europe, we are going to double our gas consumption by 2030. So I'm going to end with an optimistic note, to put it this way. So what is the hope? And actually, you know, the hope comes from unexpected places. Still, because of the high energy prices and the fact that energy is badly needed in Romania and in the region, you have, in the past 2 years, very rapid development in spite of the state. I consider here also the prosumers, for which you saw all the problems with the state program, and also investments, utility scale investments in renewables, which took off last year. We also have some good external anchors in infringements from the European Commission when things go really off. And we also have the funding criteria for EU funds, which kind of blocked all the previous attempts to direct funds to state-owned companies without taking into account competition. We also have the benefit of regional interconnectivity, which was significantly improved in both in electricity and in gas in the past several years. And we also have pure luck. And I'm showing here something which was pure luck. This is what happened after the synchronization of Ukraine and Moldova with the European grid. So as you remember, when that happened on the 16th of March, it was a pretty ad hoc decision. It was quite rushed. And the reason why it wasn't immediate was the fact that there were some uncontrolled flows between the two blocks. That means that energy was simply kind of flowing freely to a certain extent. And this is why for several months there was a gradual increase of commercial transactions, because otherwise these uncontrolled flows would have destabilized the systems. But what happened was the fact that these uncontrolled flows consisted of electricity which was escaping from Dobroja, which is an area where we have a lot of renewables. It was going through Odessa, and then it was pushed back to this part where we have a big consumption. So one of the problems that we couldn't transport renewable energy from here to the west of the country was kind of solved because of these uncontrolled flows. So luck also plays a role in the decarbonization of our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so let's hear some questions for our second panelist today. Come on, I know you still have the energy, all right, inside of you. So I have a question, but I'll keep it the last one. Please.
What you mentioned about Ukraine and Moldova. What you mentioned about the Ukraine and Moldova joining the INDECOE network, we in Ukraine and Moldova called the leap of faith, because nobody knew what would happen. We were connected to the Russian and Belarus electric grids, like from the time of its creation, and it basically saved a lot of people. And I'm not over-exaggerating, in Ukraine during the missile attacks on the energy infrastructure in Ukraine in the winter of 2022. But my question concerning, do you mean that it is more efficient to transfer the energy from Dobruja to Cluj-Napoca all the way around through the Lviv and Burштyn energy island, through Hungary and back to Romania, or is it doesn't concern only renewable energy sources?
So this is what happened. I'm not saying it was efficient, but it was kind of happening, and we reduced consumption of coal and gas-fired power plants because of that happening. Of course, that was something that was only temporary. You know, once we start controlling these flows, these things don't happen anymore. But indeed, if you have a serious bottleneck which causes huge costs inside the Romanian grid, then there might be more economically efficient means to transfer like this. So let's say that interconnectivity definitely brings up new alternatives. And if anything happens on a power line, then you have other ways to transport electricity. So this both optimizes the use of the power generation, but also increases the energy security overall.
No, then I'll ask my question. You said that, and you are perfectly right, we keep seeing certain projects rolled over from one strategy and network development plan into the other, and 10 years later, 20 years later, they're still the same. Nothing changes that much. Exactly. So my question to you is, do you think there are at least 3 projects from the old ones from 20 years ago that do merit to be pushed forward, or all of them are out of tune with the new thinking, and we should change the paradigm altogether? And
I'm not saying that all the projects are bad, definitely. But what you need to take into account is the fact that we are in 2024. And you need to take into account the projection of demand in the future, and how. So we shouldn't fall into the sunk cost illusion. If we have had this project on the table for so long, then we need to continue it. Or if we have invested into something for so long, we need to continue investing into it. So you need to judge the merit of a particular project considering today, and not what has happened in the past. The problem is that the only adjustments, for example, when you see the updates to a feasibility study, this is the eternal story. The only adjustments are marginal. Yes, you see how much have the costs for materials increased, how much has the demand kind of changed, but without considering the long-term developments. What I'm very concerned is the fact that we don't take into account at all that electricity consumption is going to increase massively. So it's not some projects might actually make much more sense than in the past, and we don't give them merit for that. It would probably make more sense to think a little bit, and this is how I view the European strategy doing. The fact that you take into account what are the sectors which can be more easily decarbonized, what are the shifts in the fuels that you are going to do, and then you plan the infrastructure taking into account those ideas. So every project has to be rejudged based on its merits today, and not from the fact that this is the plan that we had 50 years ago, yes. So that's my concern, for example, with Tarnica, yes, or even with reactors 3 and 4. Is there a plan, is there a justification, apart from the fact that for this there is already a project, or for the reactors 3 and 4 there is already an infrastructure developed there? It's fine, but you need to take into account the conditions today.
All right, and briefly, like in a nutshell, what would you say is moving too slow, and what do you think is moving fast when it comes to energy transition? Just a few areas quickly. So too slow, and I wanted to say too fast, but there is no too fast. So too slow and fast. Yeah.
Well, first of all, if you have a functioning market, Then there are developments which happen quite naturally. For example, high energy prices signal to you that there is too little energy available for the consumption that there is in the market. That means it would make sense if you are an investor to look for a possibility to invest, if you are a consumer to look for energy efficiency measures. I see that there are a lot of efforts from the industry to increase their energy efficiency. From households, even before there were programs to make their homes much more efficient. From prosumers, I think what stimulated prosumers was not necessarily the program, but the fact that people were concerned that they are going to have huge electricity bills or heating bills. So these are the things that happen faster. And what is too fast is the fact that the grids do not catch up with it, and there isn't enough stimulus for that. Too slow, in general, when you have projects which are delayed for so many years. And I'm talking both in terms of networks, but also, for example, Romgaz with its power plant at Iernut. It has been delayed for 5 years. Yes. How can you, and then you have to ask yourself some questions, including in the capacity of the state to build other projects from now on. Yes. Reactors 3 and 4. We've been talking about them for 15 years. Is it going to happen in the future? And or Tarnica. And the problem is that there are a lot of foregone opportunities because we don't move ahead with it. And I was mentioning the fact of problems with access to the grids. Yes, if Transelectrica tells you you cannot build something in Dobroja because we are going to have their reactors 3 and 4, then you block the development even of offshore wind, for example. Yeah. So that's the trap.
All right, thank you so much. I would like also to acknowledge the students who are in the room. I forgot to do that in the beginning from the Bucharest University of Economics. I want to acknowledge because, you know, it takes a lot of courage to come among experts and pay attention for the whole day. Of course, they skipped a bit of school, but they are here and raise your hand. I saw you from the beginning to end, and I think it's, thank you for coming and for being curious about a subject which is kind of hard to understand if you're not introduced to it, but it's hot, so it's going to be on your agenda too in the future. All right, our third panelist, thank you for being so patient, is John Dovelos from Asprofos Engineering, one of the companies supporting this event today. Thank you so much. And it's geothermal energy. We close with this subject today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very good chance for me to introduce Asprofos Engineering in this very interesting conference. I will not. I will have three phases. First of all, with 2 words, I will tell you. I will try to introduce Asprofos in 2 words. Asprofos Engineering is the engineering company of the group Hellenic Energy, ex-Hellenic Petroleum Group. Was formed in 1983 as a joint venture between Aspro, is coming from the Aspropyrgos refinery, and Fos is coming for the Foster Wheeler. Asprofos, so is a joint venture between Aspropyrgos and Foster Wheeler for the upgrade of the refinery of Aspropyrgos. We have been involved in many oil and gas projects for natural gas, for refineries, etc. Because the Hellenic Energy Group owns 3 refineries, 2 in Athens, in Elefsina and Aspropyrgos, and 1 in Thessaloniki. And also we have been involved with natural gas transmission system, with truck loading and storage facilities for retails and petroleum products. And this period, the last 4 or 5 years, we're trying, because the Hellenic Petroleum was transferred in Hellenic Energy, due to the fact that he has many, let's say, installation right now with renewables. We have, for instance, 250 megawatts photovoltaic park in Kozani. We have in Cyprus and Romania and in Greece 370 megawatts of wind farms and photovoltaic parks. Also, the Hellenic Energy Group is in progress one very, very optimist project called Vision 25, on which he would like to increase the percentages of the renewables and the energy, like photovoltaics and wind farms, and as well to upgrade the petroleum products coming from the refineries in order to increase the decarbonization facts, let's say, the decarbonization involvement of the group. In Thessaloniki, for instance, the refinery of Thessaloniki, where right now is under construction a unit for hydrotreated vegetal oils. Also, we are trying to produce aviation fuels with low, let's say, contents in carbon. And generally, Hellenic Energy is trying to be involved in the, as I told you, with this vision in renewables and in production electricity. In our plans, until 2025, we want to produce 1 gigawatt electricity, and combined with renewables and natural gas. And in 2030, 2 gigawatts. Now, this is for I don't know if it's interesting for you to just to have some information about Hellenic Energy, but in regards with geothermal energy, I will transfer to you my experience from working for 10 years in the geothermal department of Institute of Geology and Mineral Exploration from Greece in geothermal department, in low enthalpy geothermal department. Geothermal is not has not been developed in Greece. The development of geothermal energy in Greece was not according to the possibilities and to the capabilities of this kind of, let's say, energy. Geothermal is low and high enthalpy. Low enthalpy, you can use it for district heating, for greenhouses, etc. And in some cases, you can also produce electricity. There are some technologies right now, especially from Sweden, which are producing from water of 90 degrees electricity. And of course, with the high enthalpy means that we have waters above 150 degrees Celsius. Greece is very, very rich in high enthalpy because we have the arc of Aegean, the volcanic arc of Aegean Sea, which is starting from Nisyros. Nisyros is an island near Rhodos, and is passing from Santorini and is finishing to Sousaki. Sousaki is the place behind the refinery of motor oil in Corinthos. In Milos and in the Nisyros, we have, we tried from 1975, we make some wells, which at the head of the well, the temperature in Milos is 260 degrees Celsius, and in Nisyros 320. From environmental reasons and from, I don't know, this is, of course, it's not my business to criticize the Public Power Corporation of Greece, but for many reasons, nothing was developed in this part of producing electricity from geothermal energy. Besides this, especially in northern Greece, there was many, let's say many greenhouses, private greenhouses with tomatoes and cucumbers and vegetables, etc. But not one application of district heating. Besides the district heating, I know here in Romania it's very popular. Central district heating of houses. In Greece, everybody is arranging his own house. So it was a little bit difficult to apply the, let's say, district heating for houses using geothermal waters. From the other hand, the geothermal waters of low enthalpy, mainly in northern Greece, we have temperature starting from 100 degrees in Alexandroupoli and up to 40 and 50 degrees in the Ceres area of around Thessaloniki. The quality of the waters are not so good. We have many problems with corrosion, with scaling. And if you, together with the, how can I say it, with the government, all governments' policies, it's a very bad mixture of interest. I mean, this is the reason that the geothermal was not developed in Greece, geothermal energy, I mean. I don't know now if something is going to be in application in regard, but I'm not so optimist. There are many problems. We have the geological, let's say, information, but we have a lot of missing feasibility studies in regard to applications. I mean, nobody knows how much will cost one, let's say, 10 megawatts power plant using geothermal energy. Besides, from Balkan countries, Turkey, according to my information, are very advanced in application of geothermal energy producing electricity. This is the situation. Sorry for the I was not prepared any kind of presentation because from the beginning it was not scheduled to to make a presentation in the conference. Asprofos is a supporter of this conference, and Eugenia, together with Kostis,
yeah, she can be
they
quite
asked
convincing.
me to make some, let's say, an intervention with.
Well, I think that was very good to close with this topic, because it hasn't been treated today. So even if it's not on a high note because of many issues, I think it's good that it's been mentioned, and
yes.
it can be explored
yes.
in the future.
I can give you, as I told you, I can give you general information. I mean, right now in Asprofos Engineering, we're trying to form a, let's say, a division which will be involved with renewables and with hydrogen, with maybe with carbon capture and storage, because this is another story. Carbon capture. Right now, in the vision of 25, this project of Hellenic Energy, the carbon capture is in the first round. I mean,
it's
in the
a high
first row.
priority.
Yes,
yeah.
We are very interesting. But there are two stages. I mean, first of all is to capture the carbon dioxide from the units, from the plants, and the other one is to transport, to storage, transport, and to inject all these quantities in the underground. This is
good.
You have to find the geological formation. You have to design the well, etc., etc.
So, since this is in the beginning, maybe next year we can hear more
yes,
details about
from now
this
on,
in a presentation.
You are going to hear more Asprofos.
Okay. John, thank you very much, even if it's been last minute.
Okay, thank you. And also, I would like to express my, it's very, very strange for me, because in March 1976, I came in Romania for studies.
Okay.
And it was, it's very curious. I mean, it was, I came from Thessaloniki in Bucharest in March 1976, and then I was traveling in Suceava for learning the Romanian language, and then.
All right, so next year in maybe a bit in Romanian too. That's the challenge. All right, thank you for.
If I can answer any kind of questions in regards with Hellenic Energy and geothermal, I'm open. Okay.
Okay. Good. So we have, but we will only announce it. We have a pre-recorded presentation as well. It's going to be available on the website. It belongs to our fourth panelist who could not join us physically today, Mr. Kostas Teofilaktos, and Eugenia will announce the website, on where we can find this recorded intervention.
The same dedicated event page of ROEC with all the information. We'll post just there the presentations and the video recordings, and also they will be posted on IENE's microsite. Who registered through IENE will find them also on IENE's website.
Okay. And to close this panel, I would like to make just a short comment. What I've noticed, apart from the takeaways from each panel, is that all these countries who are today in the room come with a legacy in energy, right? It's either institutional or in terms of resources, capabilities, infrastructure. I think one question that we should keep in mind is how can we take these challenges, which are similar but also diverse, and transform this in opportunities for the future. So we share common issues, common legacy. I think it's possible to take these challenges and transform them into opportunities. We saw first example today with our first panelist. So let's keep that in mind, and with this we close the third panel. And Eugenia, what's next?
Some conclusions of our event today, which I will say a few words, and then Kostas, maybe you will also want to add something. I think we have accomplished our mission of taking the pulse of what is going on in our region. We have seen some statistical data, some comparisons between countries and how each are doing, how their energy mixes looked like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. We have found out about geothermal potential in Greece and that it's underdeveloped. And let me tell you that in Romania it's the same. It's underdeveloped with the exception of Oradea and the Beiuș area, and like in the northwestern part of Romania. The rest, we completely don't use it. Even if we have in the northern part of Bucharest this reservoir, geothermal reservoir.
Yes,
so, yes, exactly. And while you had very nice words to say about our district heating. I don't want to disappoint you, but it's not what it used to be, in the sense that when communism ended, we had 300 cities and towns with district heating, and now we have 60. So I don't know if that's progress. But just to conclude, I would rather say that what this past 4 years showed us, they showed us that and they have pushed us through changes at a speed that we were not prepared for to make these changes, and still are not prepared. So the speed imprinted by the European Union through EU policy is fast, and sometimes our countries in the region find it as too fast. But just to give you an example, for instance, through the Repower EU package, Europe, the European Union, tries to cut in half our natural gas consumption. So if we were talking about 400 billion cubic meters consumed in the European Union in 2021, the Fit for 55 package was coming with provisions that would have cut 100 billion cubic meters, 90, 100, let's say. Then Repower comes and, takes 100 billion cubic meters more. So from 400 billion cubic meters that Europe was consuming, the EU, in 2021, we want to reach to 200 billion cubic meters of gas by 2027, by 2030, and to do away with Russian gas by 2027. That's ultra ambitious. And to do that, of course, we want to use hydrogen. We talked about hydrogen in the second panel. And hydrogen is we want to use LNG, and by using hydrogen, we're supposed to get rid of 50 billion cubic meters of Russian gas imports. We count, and American LNG helped us a lot. Then biomethane, biogas, demand reduction, and industry efficiency measures, all that should come together so that the intention is to have us, get rid of our dependency on natural gas, and specifically natural gas from Russia, and in a very, very short window, right? I think that's a tremendous challenge, not for one country, for any country. And I hope, and I think that Romania will do, and we are in a good position, with the natural gas developments, with the prospects of nuclear energy, which I think has a tremendous role to play in all this, with the prospect of SMRs. We are well positioned to weather this storm and to land on the other side of this energy transition on our feet. That's what I would say to conclude our event today. Kostas?
I'd like to, first of all, thank the European Representation Office for hosting the event. I think this is a very nice, centrally located place, very hospitable. I would also like to thank Eugenia for putting a lot of work.
And the ROEC team.
started about 10 years ago with the nuclear conference, then presentation of Outlook. We had an event here in October 2019, and this is the 4th event. So as you'll see, somehow we have found a modus vivendi, the two organizations, and I think this works to our mutual advantage and to the advantage of the larger audience, which we are happy to invite and to share our thinking and our eagerness to advance things in the energy field in the broader region. So I think I keep this from this event, the good cooperation that we have established. This is, I believe, to the benefit of the broader audience in both countries and the broader region. And we had a very good exposition of the challenges which are lying ahead of us, new aspects of work coming in, like SMRs, like hydrogen, energy efficiency in transportation, for example. Transportation is going to become more and more central to the whole energy issue because it consumes so much big chunk of energy. So this is something we have to turn our attention to. So I think everybody became a little richer from today's interaction, and I thank everybody for staying so late to this event, and rendezvous next year or the year after. Okay? Thank you. And of course, let me finally say a big thank you to our two hosts, Terna Energy, which you listened earlier, and Asprofos for supporting this event. Thank you very much.